and eliminates open debate and information flow in our media. And it's time to stop media consolidation and monopolization that puts too much control over the marketplace of ideas in too few hands. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for testimony. And I guess I'll just start there with just a quick question. So, Mr. Kimmelman, you are the CEO of a group called Public Knowledge. Is that correct?
I was at one point, sir.
Okay. What years were you the CEO of Public Knowledge?
2014 to 2019.
Okay. Okay. Let's just take a DeLorean back in time to COVID era.
This guy started the hearing with a
do you think it's
quote,
appropriate for these sort of NGOs or nonprofits to work hand in hand with government agencies to flag misinformation or disinformation or malinformation?
Mr. Chairman, I've worked with NGOs for many, many years, and I think it's appropriate on the left, on the right, for them to present ideas to the government, to the major players in the marketplace about their views. That's what I was involved in.
Well, let me get more specific then. Do you think it's appropriate that the White House was working directly through a number of different agencies to work with the University of Washington and Stanford Information to sort of outsource their censorship enterprise to find out what the posts that they didn't like and then work with and then collude with at least or coerce social media companies to punish those folks?
Well, Senator, I think I've seen the government in many instances work
I'm
with
asking about this
contractors.
instance
Hey,
because it
Oslo,
wasn't
you
like
in here?
a galaxy far, far away. It was like a few years ago.
Yeah,
Do you think that's appropriate?
I'm not familiar with the details of what might or might not happen there.
Well, what about the scenario I just gave you, though?
Working with a university to
flag misinformation so that the government then can coerce social media companies to throttle.
I never think government should coerce social media companies.
The
so
Senate
I can't
hearing
imagine
on
that
censorship
part of
in
this.
tech.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Mr. Davis, your testimony described how in the summer of 2020, Google attempted to demonetize the Federalist following your critiques of violent Black Lives Matter riots. It's documented that the Center for Countering Digital Hate, the CCDH, specifically worked to demonetize the Federalists for these critiques. Could you just describe what tactics specifically were employed to do that?
Yes, sir. Thank you for bringing that up. So I believe it was in July of 2020. We started receiving emails from an NBC News reporter based out of the UK. I don't remember her name exactly. And they were almost taunting, asking for comment. Hey, Federalist, how does it feel knowing Google's is about to demonetize you for hate speech or something like that? I'm paraphrasing. And this was news to us. We hadn't broken any rules. We had gotten no notifications of breaking rules that we had violated Google's terms and conditions or AdSense's or whatever. And so we started calling around to contacts at Google and learned that, oh yeah, you are about to be demonetized because of hate speech. Was what we were told. We had racist, violent hate speech, which was not true at all. And it was the CCDH who was working with this NBC News, I think it was called the Verification Unit at the time. They were working together and colluding with executives at Google. To this day, I don't know who, to come in and secretly demonetize us. And what I found most offensive about it was they were all in on it. They had news articles ready to be written, kind of crowing about how we got demonetized.
It's a censorship
we
in
were
tech
able to fight back. We had a pretty robust response to that, and they ended
There's
up
a
relenting.
live transcript provided
Largely,
by C-SPAN.
what was interesting was in that initial news article targeting us, they had cited that news article, how the media are lying to you about literally everything, including the riots. The NBC News ended up stealth editing that out. And they worked with Google to come up with a new rationale for demonetizing us, which was our comments were mean. We had an unmoderated comment section. So we ended up having to delete our comment section to avoid being demonetized by Google because a bunch of foreign connected government outfits decided that they didn't like what we were publishing.
Okay. In limited time, I want to, Mr. Berenson, it's clear
Do I accept messages?
now that during the
Rarely.
Biden administration, CISA, which is mentioned a lot in this report, obviously, operated kind of a switchboarding mechanism during this period, flagging disfavored content from domestic sources for social media platforms. Based on what you've seen, how is CISA specifically doing this? What was the abuse really all about?
Well, again, I think you laid it out. They they redefined infrastructure, so it wasn't actual physical infrastructure or software infrastructure. It was things people were saying. And, there was a period very early in 2022 when they actually tried to redefine terrorism as quote unquote misinformation. There's a bulletin from February 2022, which I think DHS put out and then retracted under pressure. So, once you start saying that people's speech is terrorism, you're going down a bad path. And I don't think that's something that either party should do, honestly.
Thanks. Ranking Member Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to yield to my colleague for a second to make a statement, then I'll finish with my questions.
Thank you. I'll do my questions on the record because I have to leave, but I wasn't going to speak, and I appreciate Senator Cantwell's willingness to let me say a few words here, given what happened in my state this summer. First of all, I think Mr. Kimmelman knows that I've been out front on monopoly issues and antitrust and making sure that we have true competition in the marketplace, working with Senator Cruz and Senator Lee and Senator Kennedy and many others on that issue, and I continue to believe that it's a legitimate solution. Secondly, I think what happened with the chair of the FCC was wrong in the last month. I appreciated Senator Cruz being out front on it. I truly do, and calling it out. And I'm looking forward to that hearing to try to get some sense into what's going on there with not just the Jimmy Kimmel moment, but many others. Third, I think that the AI piece of this, and I'll ask some questions about this, but to me, it should not be that radical that we say, number one, that if speech is violent or it incites violence, that is different than other kinds of speech. But that with these AI videos where you can't even tell it's yourself or not, I had this experience at a hearing, that they could at least be labeled. It is always going to be litigation.
Sorry.
It's over whether something is the violent side and the hate side or whether it is the legally, constitutionally allowed speech like parody. But at the very least, these videos should say something about prepared for by AI or digitally created. I just happened to be late on CNN last night, and Robin Williams' family was on one of the shows talking about how he's dead, and they've created AI videos that don't say digitally altered that people think are real. So people should have the right over their own identity. And the last thing, when it comes to these horrific mass shootings and acts of violence, I have come to see it as all-purpose haters, which is something that the FBI actually said after the Annunciation church shooting in Minnesota, because that shooter actually hated President Trump in the manifesto, hated wokeness, hated Jews, hated Muslims, hated Hispanics,
This might get
hated
me,
blacks, and
booted,
shot
just
these
FYI.
two little kids, Fletcher and Harper, through stained glass windows in a Catholic church. Then you go to the shooting of my dear friend, and I had a good discussion with FBI Director Patel about this in Judiciary. He lost his friend, Charlie Kirk, and we mourn that. And we lost our friend, Melissa Hortman. That shooter literally had a manifesto or ramblings that targeted mostly, and in fact, all Democratic office holders, and he went to the houses of the people that he knew the addresses, and the ones that he didn't, he wasn't able to go to. He went after law firms, businesses, went after Planned Parenthood, and then left a actual letter saying that he did it because he was supposed to assassinate me, which is on X about every 5 minutes with my name with assassination, which I think is completely not a good idea for public safety, but I can't get it off. So the point of all this is that to say it's one side or another, when you look at the Cato Institute report that came out this year of this extremism and what's triggering these basically mad murderers to commit these acts, whether it's in the Michigan temple or whether it is Charlie Kirk in Utah, I just don't think it is the right approach to be like it's one side or the other. These people have been targeted in their heads,
Brianna.
and
It's
they
very,
go
very
out
ironic.
and create these
So
mass crimes. And it's on us
Sorry.
to figure out what's triggering them and to actually do something about it instead of playing the blame game. One of my answers is an assault weapon ban or at least 21 years and under. That would have helped in Uvalde, Buffalo, Parkland, doing something about this instead of just blaming each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Senator Schmidt. Mr. Davis, government censorship in the name of fact-checking is an unacceptable trampling on our democratic values. Knowing what we know now, how should social media companies respond if the government comes to them to deplatform users based on their political opinions? What's your suggestion?
That's a great question. Thank you for raising it. If I could wave a magic wand and create a solution or a response there, what I would say is anytime a government goes to a social media platform, Google, YouTube, Twitter, whatever, and they tell someone you need to take this down because it's hate speech or misinformation or whatever fancy label they want to throw on speech they don't like, first off, those tech companies should tell them to take a hike. We don't censor anyone. We're a platform. We're not a content company. And then number two, I think they should have to disclose it to the public and the people who were targeted. I would love to have known in 2020 who was actually behind the censorship of me and my colleagues. We knew we were being censored because we watched it happen. We saw our posts disappear. We saw ourselves being shadow banned. We didn't actually know why. I would say to this day, we don't actually understand the full extent of the government effort to censor us. So I think there should be full disclosure following an absolute denial of any sort of censorship demands from government. It's totally inappropriate.
Thank you. Mr. Berenson, I thank you for sharing your experience of being deplatformed by Twitter. It's a valuable story for us to hear. You spoke of a huge influence that you witnessed between Twitter and the White House at the time back in 2020, and you described your understanding that the company's lobbyists hoped to keep the White House target off their back. Can you explain specifically what your understanding of that target was, and are you aware of any specific threats that were made?
Sure. So in July 2021, as the Biden administration was preparing vaccine mandates, and that's sort of what you have to understand about the backdrop here, and they knew that those might be politically unpopular, they started pressuring the companies to deplatform people like me. I mean, they'd been doing this, but they upped the pressure, and that's when President Biden said that Facebook was quote unquote killing people by allowing people like me or RFK Jr. to speak. And you know, the biggest legal protection that social media companies have is what's called Section 230, as I'm sure you know, where they're essentially immune from lawsuits from users over the decisions they make for content. So they have all the immunity of a traditional publisher to make decisions over what speech they want to carry. Did
the White House, do you have any kind of information or records? Did the White House specifically say what they would do to Twitter?
Well, so they specifically, they publicly said that they were going to reconsider Section 230. That was, again, in July. And they had privately said to Twitter,
Guy.
In April, they had
simultaneously,
based on Twitter's own records, said a really, quote unquote, a really hard question about why I was still being allowed to speak, which from my point of view and my lawyer's point of view, that all by itself was a First Amendment violation because it forced Twitter to start looking at me in a way that Twitter had not previously done, and that was in secret. And you know, and I'll say this:
I'm intrigued by
the
fucking
Mr. Davis spoke at.
Yes, so I mean, look, I don't like what Brendan Carr did, but he did it publicly, and we can have a debate about it. What's really problematic
so if Brendan Carr did it publicly, then it's okay.
The government goes in secret to these companies and targets individual users or individual categories of speech. And I think that shouldn't be allowed. I think that both parties should agree
users or
that targeting an individual user or an individual post, if it's legal, is wrong. And nobody's ever said that I said anything illegal. And actually, I think most people now would agree that a lot of what I said has been confirmed. So I think that that's a pretty basic place to start.
Thank you. Mr. Volek, you mentioned a reporting mechanism that might be a promising idea for companies that think the government is coercing them. Can you describe to the committee how such a mechanism might have prevented
question, Polly.
a situation that Mr. Berenson just described, and how would you structure that
Which
mechanism?
one, Cash? Which Supreme Court argument?
It is the best disinfectant. There may, in fact, be certain kinds of requests to remove something that might be justifiable in certain situations if they're not coercive, but they're just kind of appeal to somebody's better instincts. Maybe, maybe not. But presumably it's something that members of this committee, that other members of Congress might be interested in, that reporters for newspapers might say, well, here's a list of all of these things that the government has been asking that people remove. Is it justifiable or not? Is it excessive? Does it show political bias? That's impossible to do if it's all essentially corporate secrets and government secrets.
Is there, I'm picking up on Senator Klobuchar's, I'm over time, can I finish? Thank you. Senator Klobuchar was saying is, she's worried, as I think many of us are, with AI and things that are happening there, and at least to get a label, do any of you know, are these social media companies, any of these companies capable of doing that, to be able to identify when something's been tampered with AI, or if it's totally false, to be able to do that?
Right. So I think that is a separate question, but a very important question. There is what you're asking, I think, is the technical question, which is even if they were just to do it on their own, can they do it? So my understanding is that there are ways of determining that. They're hard to do at scale. So perhaps a forensic examiner might look at a video, but it doesn't mean that you can have an algorithm that will reliably do it, and there's going to be false positives and false negatives. There's also always going to be an arms race, right? If there's a better fake technology, better detector technology, better fake technology that evades the detector technology. I'm not up on all the details, but my understanding is right now there is no guaranteed reliable mechanism of determining.
Then maybe you
what's
get into the whole question also on what's comedy, what's satire, it opens
Yes.
up a whole another avenue then.
That's absolutely right. There certainly is no software you can write that says, oh, this is obvious parody, and therefore it shouldn't be taken down.
Thank
or
you,
labeled.
sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Professor Volek, for both
Good point,
the
Laura.
statement you made about Brendan Carr's coercive
Sorry,
tactics.
someone
and
asked me
that
earlier
wouldn't be
where these two
appropriate,
girls were murdered
and for your
talking
recommendations on
about
transparency
Charlie
and
Kirk. And I said I would
rules
find
that
the
I think
state.
would be a concept of just making sure that things were clear. And to my colleague's comment,
I don't know if you're still
Senator
here.
Klobuchar, I definitely, one of the reasons I appreciate many things she said, but one of the reasons I support the Blackburn legislation and joined her as a co-sponsored on the Copied Act is because it gives the content holders some rights, and it shows who the content holders are, and then even in the case of compensation, which is an important issue to keeping competition and perfect information. I will just note that during this debate, this committee and this body passed a public health emergency language related to deceptive practice language. It
New
was
Jersey.
unlawful to
Thank you.
engage in
Thank you.
deceptive practices related to the treatment, cure, prevention, mitigation, or diagnosis related
Sorry,
to COVID. Why did we do that?
texting
Why did we give that
Oslo
extra
to see
power?
if he
Because there
can
were a lot of
come
crazy
host
things
while I
online,
take my dog
like
out.
take bleach or what have
Are
you.
you guys gonna accuse me
and
of
we
using a
wanted to
shock
make sure
collar
that
on
we were
her
being
because she's demanding
protecting
to go
consumers
outside?
against deceptive practices.
That's
as
some
it related
wild
to that.
shit
That was
people
passed
are doing, by the way.
Very, very big
For the record,
bipartisan
there's
support
zero
by
evidence of a shock collar.
by the Senate
Zero.
and became law. Okay, so now to this, Mr. Kimmel, this larger issue. Even my
They
colleague from
spoke
the House,
poorly
who was
about him,
chairman of
Lexi.
the China Committee, I see doesn't like the TikTok decision because he doesn't think it goes far enough and banning, the actual algorithm. We have this attempt by Carr to kind of realign the deck chairs at this moment that we have competition shrinking. And so that's why it's so concerning to me. And the unevenness, we had a hearing here, Facebook whistleblower who literally said the company knew that it was putting elevating hate speech as a way to increase the revenue for advertisers. And, I feel like that's, if
I'm
a
referencing
newspaper
something
or a
specific, which I'll
broadcaster
explain in a sec.
puts false information in the paper, the community will respond, and that person will no longer be able to continue their business. But online, you don't even know that that's happening. And so making sure that we don't have, these challenges, what do we need to do to really get people to understand that that right now you could, in a very in a very vertical way, have such an alignment that influence that we're talking about now of not being coercive is actually done in major ways, even as my Republican colleague in the House is saying he's concerned about this as it relates to what TikTok might be doing.
Yeah. Well, Senator Cantwell, I think it's a critical issue because as the technology has changed, the entire media landscape has changed. So I think we have to update our understanding of
ironic
where
that they're
is
having
the
this
excess
conversation
power
after
being,
just banning TikTok.
used. How is it being used? These examples you've heard today all relate to a gatekeeper in the media landscape that is a tech company. We haven't always thought of them as being part of the same ecosystem, and I think we need to do that. Because if you have such enormous power over the major ways in which the public gets news, information,
Does anyone know
can
who this
keep
is?
up about whether it's their community or if it matters of public health or national affairs, we've got to make sure that they're playing by some reasonable rules or that there's full competition in the marketplace to give people the checks and balances in the media. And that's
You don't think Professor
Wallach's
statement about transparency is a bad idea? It's a good idea.
No, it's a great idea. I think transparency is one element of this, but it's not enough to prevent the kinds of concerns about coercion and suppression if too few people have the megaphone, have the ability to turn on the microphone for the voices that need to be part of our public debate.
And are you worried about too much content being behind paywalls? Because I am.
He's
I'm
Pentagon
worried that
Papers
the more
guy?
this vertical integration, and that's why, again, I was so concerned about Chairman Carr's comments,
No
in addition to
fucking
the
way.
free speech, that if you start using this power as the FCC chairman and you just allow for all of this vertical integration, and the next thing you know, it's kind of like on a sports issue, you put so much of it behind a paywall.
Romance.
How is the consumer just kind of constantly being shortchanged by this whole change in the landscape?
It's a huge problem, and that's why we need to make sure there's adequate ways for the companies that really invest in news and information and gathering the information that the public wants, engaging people in public debate, can finance that and present it so it's not all dumbed down and kind of diluted in an internet where there's just such massive information flow that you can't tell fact from fiction.
And you're talking about localism now.
Absolutely, it's localism, and it's preventing the few companies that seem to have amassed quite a bit of power already from getting any larger and acting as gatekeepers to our public debate.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you to all the witnesses for being here. If there's no objection, I'd like to put into the record a letter sent from this committee back in 2018 to the chairman of the FCC requesting that Sinclair Broadcasting licenses be reviewed because in the minds of the 12 Democrats, including 2 on this committee, felt that Sinclair was perpetuating misinformation. So we'll put that into the record, which I find, given the conversations around Commissioner Carr, I find that decently ironic. Mr.
Can I just make
we can do it then. You have your time. So, Mr. Wallach, you mentioned that you came to the U.S. 50 years ago. We, to this day, congratulations. I came to America a little bit more than 50 years ago, which I hate to actually say in public testimony because it makes me feel old. How many TV stations, you probably like me had to learn English watching TV. How many TV stations and news information sources were there back then?
So I do remember
the button. I'm sorry. You have to hit the button so you can hear you.
Button. Sorry. When we came to LA, I think there were maybe 6 or 7 VHF, and then if I twiddled the antenna right, I could get like 4 or 5 UHF.
Did you listen to a lot of podcasts?
I believe that I was not allowed to listen to podcasts
Well,
in 1975.
it didn't
Exactly.
exist. It didn't exist.
Exactly.
Did you go online and get sources from online sources?
No,
Did you go on X or Facebook or Twitter? Did you open TikTok?
I
Go on
did not.
Facebook, Instagram? None of that existed because I just
lot
find
better
it,
now.
I just find it interesting that my colleagues are talking about how broadcast TV and monopolism, Mr. Kimmerman, you talked about that, which I thought was just fascinating, that there's all of a sudden this lack of resources to find information when there's never been more ways to get information than there is today. But Mr. Kimmerman, I have a question for you. You're over at the Harvard School, is that correct?
At the Kennedy
Who's
School.
saying that
Kennedy
there's
School?
not information?
So you would agree with all of us, I think, that free speech is important. You would agree with George Washington's comment that if freedom of speech is taken away, then dumb and silent, we may be led like sheep to the slaughter. You would agree with that, right?
Certainly.
What are you doing about Harvard's F rating for free speech?
I'm a fellow at the Kennedy School. I have a
No,
very
I mean, have you spoken to your colleagues? Have you made a protest? Have you rallied the students to say, how do we get rid of this F rating? I mean,
Yeah,
I can imagine Harvard students would find it objectionable to have an F in anything. What are you doing about fixing Harvard?
There's a lot of discussion I know around me about
Yeah,
trying
but
to make
who
sure
was
there's
he responding
an open environment for learning. And
But they have an F rating, just to be clear. They have an F rating. Harvard University has an F rating of free speech, and you're here giving us
Coming from
lectures
who?
on free speech. Doesn't exactly ring very hollow. Mr. Berenson, quick question for you.
The fuck?
We need to put on the record, what was the outrageous things that you said in 2021 that got you thrown off Twitter? I mean, were you planning to overthrow the United States government? Were you creating a militia? Like, give me an example. Give me a flavor of the outrageous things that you must have said.
The tweet
This
that
is-
got me
this is
banned
where
from
you see the
Twitter on
fucking
August
plan
28,
in
2021 began, it doesn't stop infection or
What?
transmission. Yes.
Are you saying that a mask, a cloth mask, does not stop the spread of COVID? How dare you say those kinds of outrageous comments?
I said that the mRNA vaccine did not stop infection or transmission.
And did it?
I mean, I think I might be the only person in this room who wasn't vaccinated with the mRNA vaccine, and we all got COVID.
Did the vaccine stop the
No, of course not.
So you were allowed to be wrong, but you were right. Does that make it? Now, what accountability has been in place for that? Like, who has been held accountable?
Fuck
well,
up.
Twitter actually admitted that they shouldn't have done
No,
that.
they admitted it. But what accountability? Because that cost you money. That cost you direct money in your pocketbook. What accountability has been put in place?
There's been none. I mean, more important than accountability, I didn't get to tell people what I thought. And there were, I mean, I was getting hundreds of millions of views a month. People wanted to hear what I thought, and the Biden administration didn't like it, and they forced Twitter to ban me. And I will also say it is outrageous.
You're
Didn't
saying
but-
the United States government, elected officials who swore an oath to the Constitution, told private media companies to
Senate hearing,
terminate your
censorship.
account, which cost you your money. I assume you're not naturally wealthy from 5 generations of wealth and that you actually have to work for a living. And that ability to earn an income was taken away from you because you dared to have an opinion on a vaccine?
I regard it as more important that I wasn't able to say what I thought. The money matters less to me. And I also have to say this. Pfizer made $100 billion selling that vaccine, and Pfizer officials cooperated or
The money means less to
collaborated
me.
with
That
the Biden administration.
tells me
It is
he
a
made more
scandal.
money because he got
Let me
banned.
just say one thing. If I had been
Straight up.
reporting on plane crashes and Boeing had colluded with the Biden administration or the Trump administration, it would be a national scandal that a Boeing official had leaned on a social media company.
Yeah, totally.
But Pfizer somehow got away with this.
Yeah, and her opening statement, the ranking member talked extensively about protecting free speech, but then stated she wasn't referring to hate speech. I think what maybe my colleagues mean to say is speech that they hate.
That's right.
Because it's hate speech is in the eye of the beholder. Would you agree, Mr. Davis?
I completely agree. Hate speech, misinformation,
there's a
disinformation, they're
definition
just
of hate
fancy
speech.
words that people use to shut down speech they don't
Didn't
like.
Pam
Right, so if I
Bondi
say that,
literally just
there's
use the
only
term hate speech?
Such thing as a man and a woman. That maybe when I got to the U.S. 50 plus years ago, somebody would have said, "Why did you say that?" Like, obviously, there's only men and women. I come from a culture where our entire language is male or female, but that could be considered hate speech, right? If I say that.
It was for a long time. If you said that on Twitter for several years, you ran the risk of being censored, shadow banned, or permanently suspended.
Well,
But that's not
obviously,
government censorship.
We'll talk more about this topic. I do find it interesting that my colleagues who were totally and completely complicit during the Biden era, that were absolutely applauding people being thrown off social media, that were saying that any commentary about a Hunter Biden laptop story being misinformation was considered an insurrectionist,
Exactly.
that now all of a sudden clutch their pearls because a moronic second-rate comedian who makes $16 million a year got fired from his job for having atrocious ratings is somehow now an attack on free speech. I don't know that they have the moral high ground here. But thank you for
Literally
your
not what
testimony,
happened. And you
recognize
fucking know
Senator
that
from
you
Nevada.
fucking jagweed. God, they're such fucking liars.
Thank you. Thank you for
Here's the thing.
being
You know
here
what's
today
funny? I actually
and speaking your mind.
somewhat like
About the First
I
Amendment.
do not like
Appreciate
that the Biden
that.
admin like
Because the freedom to express yourself and speak
here's
your
I want to
mind
be clear about the
is
difference here.
the cornerstone
Their version of events is
America.
different from
It's
what
one
really
of the main
happened.
ways we
Okay,
distinguish ourselves
they did
from
not
other
force
nations.
social media
In the
companies to
United
do
States, you
anything,
are free
but
to
they did
criticize
like
whomever you want,
behind the
including
scenes
government leaders,
encourage them
without
to do so.
government
You know,
censorship.
I have an issue
And
with
so
the Biden
it is
admin
wholly appropriate and
if
indeed
they
necessary
forced
for this
anyone
committee to hold
stop
oversight hearings that
misinformation.
focus
I
on
do have an
protecting
issue with that
this
because
critical right
immediately,
from being
and I had an
eroded
issue with
by
it when
anyone.
it came out because I was like,
But
this
that
is
is not
absolutely going to
the
be
focus of
weaponized. That like
today's
as soon
hearing.
as we do it for
Rather
the
than
right
providing
reason,
us
it's
with
going to
a
be
forum that
used for the wrong
will
reason. That's my fucking
evaluate
issue with Dems. They are
truly
so
harmful
fucking
government
myopic.
censorship.
They don't
This has
seem
become
to
increasingly
understand
commonplace under the Trump
how anything
administration.
is going to be
We're
abused in the
undertaking
future.
an effort to settle old political
That said,
scores against
I am
an
comfortable
administration
with
that
an
is no longer
administration
in power.
like
There are issues that we have to deal
saying,
with.
hey, this
And we
this
do
misinformation specifically is a public health
to
issue.
support,
This is
and we
danger. This is
must
costing people
support
lives.
free
And
speech.
like
But this
openly,
hearing is not the place. 2
transparently
weeks ago, I sent a letter to
encouraging
Chairman
fucking,
Cruz calling for the
you know,
FCC chairman to
companies,
testify
private
before
entities
this
to make the
committee
right choice
after he
that's
threatened
going to be
revoke
better for public
broadcast
health.
licenses over
I
Jimmy
have,
Kimmel's comments
but I agree that
criticizing
they should
President
not
Trump.
be censoring shit
I was
like that.
particularly concerned, as I know the
That
chair
said,
was from his statements calling the threat
I find it
mafia-like.
really fucking
Chairman
hilarious
Cruz
that
called the
that's what they're
threats
focusing
mafia-like.
on. When right
this clear
now,
attempt to
while
suppress speech,
simultaneously trying to excuse
comedians.
way more glaring
However, I'm
forms
disappointed that
of
that's not
actual fucking
what's the focus of
censorship,
today's hearing.
coercive
Chairman
censorship.
Carr's later backtracking, claiming there's some sort of local community exception to
I
the
agree,
First
Ada. We
Amendment.
do need to
There's
tackle
no
the
exceptions.
misinformation
You
somehow.
have free speech or you don't. We know
But-
those limits. There's precedent for that.
Sorry, I'm talking over her for too much, but
His
we
comments,
do need to
Chairman
combat it.
Carr's,
I
were
agree.
reprehensible, and
But
his
we have to
demands
be
of full
aware of the
accountability.
tools that
and
we
we
use
demand
for
full
it.
accountability.
And-
Indeed, his
and
weak excuses
how
have
they
been
can be
repeatedly
abused. And the
contradicted by the
government
president's
being allowed
own
to just
statements.
censor misinformation,
President Trump
that
has
is
said outright that the reason the
immediate- that is
FCC should
so,
revoke broadcast
like, ripe
licenses is
for
because of
abuse,
negative coverage
as
of
we're
his
seeing.
administration. I want there to be journalism that looks at things. This is the clearest possible violation of the First Amendment. The President of the United States directing an agency to revoke a license of networks that run a critical story of him? There never would have been press or print or TV or radio. You could go back 250 years if all presidents did this. This is government censorship by our president, plain and simple. It's what they do in Russia. It's what they do in North Korea. It's what they do in China. It is not what we do in a democracy that has a First Amendment. Those attacks on free speech, they harm not only our democracy, but our economy. Last month, it was Brendan Carr's interference in the private business decisions of large media companies, but tomorrow could be tech, energy, tourism, any other industry could be impacted. In Las Vegas, we're seeing fewer international tourists because people are afraid to come to the U.S. under this administration. People planning to travel to the U.S. see this administration detaining people for posting something online that's critical of the president in another country where they live. And they cancel their trips to America out of fear of U.S. government retaliation. And the consequences for our economy are substantial. So, Mr. Kimmelman, can you discuss the direct impacts of infringement on speech rights? And can you tell us what you see as the biggest threat to the First Amendment writ large, please?
Well, the threats, coercion, chill speech. Either they suppress directly or create an environment in which everyone is afraid to speak his or her mind, to engage in debate, to have the kind of open discussion that our democracy requires. So it's extremely dangerous. Obviously, as you point out, when the government does it directly, It is horrible. It is a First Amendment violation. It needs to be stopped. But it also can happen when tech platforms become too powerful, when they don't face competition, when they play a gatekeeper role. This could be the same if there's too much roll-up of media, and it's the most popular media. Senator Moreno made a good point. There's so much more out there than before. But it's not just availability. It's what do people rely upon? What is most popular? What do they need to get news and information? And so anywhere there's a chokehold, I think there's an appropriate question of, is it too much concentration? Is it too much power? Does it work for our democracy? And that's where Congress has a role to set guardrails.
Thank you. I see my time is up. Appreciate this hearing and wish that we would be having Chairman Carr here to discuss some of free speech on the open platforms. I look forward to Chairman Cruz working with us to get get that on the docket. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I'm told that we will do that. We need to open the government up first, right? That's the first priority. I will also note that I asked the chairwoman to have Lena Khan come before this committee. Never came in my 2 years. I asked for Pete Buttigieg to appear, the Secretary of Transportation. Never appeared in my 2 years, but I know the chairman is committed to having the FCC and the FTC here. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's exactly right. We're looking forward to being able to return to regular order and to do oversight. Just one item I want to mention. There was a comment, tourists aren't coming because they're fearful of words. Tourists aren't coming because they're fearful of crime. And there are so many stories that bear this out. When you look at New York City, when you look at Chicago, when you look at the effect that violent crime is having in some of these cities, I'm very grateful that President Trump has made it a priority to address this. We are seeing fantastic results in Memphis from the increased presence that is there from the Memphis Safe Task Force, which is 13 federal agencies, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, the National Guard will be going in there this week to assist the Memphis PD. They've arrested nearly 1,000 gang members, and they have already started the process with indictments and moving these criminals into court. And indeed, we're very grateful for that, and we know the crime level needs to come down in these big cities, so people do want to go to these cities. Right. Mr. Davis, always good to see you. Grateful that you are here and for the good work that you all do, and pleased that Ms. Hemingway is here today also. I want to talk with you a little bit because I know the Federalist and your team at the Federalist was constantly on the receiving end of some of these attacks and actions from the Biden administration. And I'd like to hear you talk about why you all were on the receiving end, why you felt like you were on that, and why you were accused of misinformation, and why their goal was to always shut you up. And we know that the left made great sport out of shutting up conservatives and attacking conservatives, and as we
those are two different fucking things, lady.
Surveilling conservatives. And of course, 7 of my Senate colleagues and I found out that the FBI was surveilling us and pulling our phone records. The FBI has historically always surveilled left-wing
I think it would be helpful
far more if our colleagues across the dais wanted to join us in calling the FBI out, the Biden-led FBI out about those actions. But
I'd love to know why you were being investigated, because I'm pretty sure it's not what you were talking about.
And why you felt like it was such a repeated attack on you and the Federalists.
Well, thank you, Senator. It's an honor to be here in front of you and wonderful to see you as always. You posed a great question. Why were we targeted? I'm reminded of the quote. I think it was the baseball player Reggie Jackson. They don't boo nobodies. Well, they don't censor nobodies either. In fact, it's the most effective voices, which tend to be targeted for censorship. And at the Federalist,
Mel,
we are
I've been busy.
extremely
I could
effective
barely
at
get the
tearing down
videos
false
filmed
narratives
and edited
and
that I
reporting
wanna
the
make
facts.
every
We have a
day.
team of absolutely fearless, courageous journalists who get up every day to tell the truth and report the facts, especially when they might be facts the government doesn't want people to hear. And so they targeted us because we were effective, because we were exposing the lies about the Russia collusion hoax, about the Kavanaugh hoax, about COVID-19 lies that it came out of a wet market in China. We were exposing ridiculous new election laws that ignored existing laws in the Constitution in 2020. We exposed the whole Hunter Biden laptop thing, which was 100% real. It wasn't a hoax. Somebody remarked
There was a
earlier
laptop.
that, well, you have the market
that's
to take
about
care
it.
of. If a newspaper or a network says something that's not true, why people won't follow them. Well, we know that's not true because MSNBC and CNN, they're all still around.
Oh, my God.
They lied repeatedly. They were not targeted for censorship. And I have to say,
Lied
it's
about
nice
what?
to
Name
be
a single
here
fucking
to hear
lie,
a
dumb fuck.
bipartisan support for free speech. Man, I wish a lot of
Yeah,
y'all
right.
were helping us as the Biden administration was censoring us. We've been
am
in federal
so
court
fucking
for
over
2
these
years
chuckle fucks.
trying to vindicate our free speech rights. And I got to tell you, it's pretty aggravating being an American citizen whose family's been here for hundreds and hundreds of years to see illegal immigrants
How
get
many
faster
hundreds?
action in federal district courts than we've gotten. We are still awaiting vindication and relief.
Maybe because
And
you don't
we
have
were not
a
targeted
case.
because what we were saying was false. We were targeted because what we were saying was true.
And
Nope.
how much, talk to me about the expense.
The reason
of
you
having
haven't
to be
gotten,
tied
like, a
up with
resolution
trying
that you
to
like, dude, is
get
because you
your
have no
day
fucking
in
case.
court for that period of time.
You know, it's extensive. Thankfully, we have lawyers
Eddie
who
Bernays
are
worked with
representing
Hoover
us out of the
before
goodness
Cohen
of their
Telford.
own hearts. But if you look at the effect of
this Eddie
censorship
Bernays?
over years, Alex made the
young
great point that you cannot
Eddie
compensate someone for the crime of having shut them up by unjustified means for years. That speech that he should have been able to give for years, he can never give. That opportunity is gone. But there's also a real cost in terms of money. I cannot even begin to think about how many
Should I
millions or
make,
tens of millions of dollars we lost out on because
make
our
merch with
advertisers
that?
were targeted, because our readers were targeted, because Facebook and Google and Twitter and YouTube were told to throttle us. It has to be in the millions or tens of
Can you
millions
get
of
a
dollars.
quick
Quite frankly,
summary?
we're owed restitution.
No, you're not.
Thank you.
Dumb
Well,
fuck. Oh my God.
I'm sure you'll support
Firstly,
my
okay,
legislation
I wanna
to give
point
a
out the
private right of
irony here,
action to
too.
a citizen to sue an individual government bureaucrat for suppression of speech. I think that turns the tables on the incentive structure that currently exists. Senator Mackey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm
We've
sorry,
heard
I
a
don't wanna
lot
speak
today
over them,
about the Biden administration supposedly censoring of conservatives by talking to social media companies about
Okay.
misinformation. Republicans have wasted an enormous amount of time and resources over the past few years attempting to prove this theory correct, only for it to be repeatedly proven false. The Supreme Court shot down their big lawsuit against the Biden administration in a 6-3 vote. Their big House Judiciary Committee investigation came up empty. And in the chairman's report last week, the supposedly incriminating emails from Biden administration officials pressuring the big tech platforms to censor conservatives, included explicit disclaimers that the officials weren't threatening any action against any platform. Strike one, strike two, strike three, you're out, Republican theory of censorship. Since my Republican colleagues seem confused about what actual government censorship looks like, I thought I could show a few of them to you. It's not just the mafia boss threats from Brendan Carr at the FCC to Disney and ABC. On 6 different occasions, Donald Trump took office and he now has posted on Truth Social explicitly calling for the Federal Communications Commission.
So we
to
know this. So I'm going to
revoke
speak over this because we know
broadcast
this.
Station licenses owned
What
by
is
major
supremely
networks
fucking
over their
ironic
editorial
about this
decisions.
is
On February 6th,
related to a
Trump said
recent
CBS should,
SCOTUS
quote,
decision
lose its
that they
license
just fought for
over its
and
interview
got, and
of
it was
Vice
a
President
huge
Kamala
win for
Harris
them.
in the
Okay,
fall of 2024.
where
Just over 2 months later.
They're
on April
arguing
13th.
that the
Trump
Biden
again
administration
said CBS
reaching
should
out
lose
to
its
tech
license
companies and being
for
like,
its
hey,
Harris
this
interview
misinformation
on July
is harmful
26th.
and it's spreading
Trump
on
wrote,
your
"Networks
on your
aren't allowed to
platforms.
be political
Please get
pawns
it
for
under
the
fucking
Democratic
control."
Party. It has
And
become
explicitly
so
saying,
outrageous
if you
that, in
don't
my
do it,
opinion,
nothing will
their
happen to you.
licenses could and
We
should
cannot
be
force you to do
revoked
anything. We're not
on
trying to
August
force you to do
24th.
anything.
That was a big
If you do
day
not,
for
you know, this is a
unconstitutional
request,
threats.
like
Twice in under an
explicitly
hour.
in their
Trump
communications,
said
it
that
says,
ABC
nothing will
and
happen to you
NBC
if you
should
do not
lose
do what we
their
are asking of
licenses.
you.
And then, just last Sunday,
The
Trump said
irony
the
in
FCC
them
should,
acting
quote,
as though
look
that
into
is
the
a problem
license of
when they
NBC.
recently got
Mr.
a
Kimmelman,
Supreme Court
do you
ruling, a
agree that the
SCOTUS
explicit
ruling,
threats
saying
from
that
the
basically,
President of the United
even
States
if the President of the United
against
States
broadcasters are far
signs
more
an
dangerous
executive
than
order
emails from the Biden administration
directing
officials
something
identifying
blatantly
online
illegal, and I'm not talking about the immunity
misinformation?
thing, but like
Mr. Kimmelman,
talking,
how
like
many
basically
times did
directing
President
agencies,
Biden
directing
threaten to
people,
revoke
whatever,
a broadcast
to do stuff that is
license
blatantly
in our
illegal.
country?
That's okay, because
Mr.
the
Kimmelman,
executive
how many
order
times did
technically
President
is
Biden
still
publicly
like,
direct his
it's a form of
FCC
executive
chairman
free
to
speech.
look into a broadcaster's
Like that is not,
license?
even if he's telling people to do illegal
Again,
shit and directing
zero.
illegal stuff,
This
that's
hearing
perfectly
is a
fine.
farce.
Because technically he's
We're
allowed
not
to tell people to
focusing
do
upon
stuff
the
like that.
imminent threat
So
to
the fact that they
First
got a
Amendment,
SCOTUS
the
decision,
beating heart of
saying that,
democracy, freedom of speech,
which has
freedom of
allowed
press.
them to just
That's
to
what this
defend
hearing should
Trump
be about.
signing
What's
executive
going on
order
at
after
the
executive order,
FCC
directing
right now.
agencies to do
We are
blatantly illegal shit
relitigating an
and
issue
making
that the
bullshit
Supreme Court has already
proclamations,
decided.
despite the fact that they got
in
that
fact,
to
independent analysts
basically
have
let
debunked,
Trump
even
run
as
fucking
President
wild.
Trump
They want to claim
and
that
Federal
the executive
Communications
reaching
Chairman
out to
Brendan Carr
fucking
and other
tech
Trump
companies and being
officials
like, hey guys,
wage
can
a
you help us
war on
get
free speech
a
that this
clamp
country
on
has
this
not
harmful
seen since the
misinformation?
McCarthy era
Nothing will
in the
happen to you if you don't do it.
1950s.
Like
during
that's
that
somehow
Red
illegal.
Scare,
Shut the
if you're
fuck
a
up,
voice
dudes.
of dissent in this country, you have a target on your back, and they let you know you have a target on your back if you speak up. Law firms, universities, protesters, news media,
You got hit
all have
YouTube
faced this
censored video
administration's
for
wrath
conviction
for their
advocacy.
political speech.
What's the
These
new
threats
YouTube
are real.
censored?
They're scary, and they undermine our democracy. The president is threatening the free speech of the broadcasters in our country every time they dare to run
Jen,
some
but
news story
fuck else
that
am I
questions their judgment as an administration. Yet we're wasting time here trying to distract the American people with old emails from the Biden administration while Chairman Carr turns the FCC into the Federal Censorship Commission, threatening free speech, censoring free
literally,
speech in our country.
there are so many
allowing
differences
Donald Trump to
between the
continue
cases, but
with his direct attacks
very
on
basic,
the First Amendment in our
an
country.
obvious one,
This is an
glaring
urgent
one, is
crisis
threatening
for our country.
consequences.
Our democracy is at risk when the First Amendment is being challenged so fundamentally by the
But also,
President
here's
of
the
the
thing.
White House and instructing his chairman
If you
of
have
the
an
Federal
issue with
Communications
censorship when Biden does it,
revoke the
according to
licenses
you,
of
again,
anyone
I'm going
who
to
dares run
contest
any
the
program
reading of
that runs
making
contrary to his
requests and
views.
explicitly
That's
saying
what we should
nothing.
be
It's
focusing
fine if you
upon
don't
right
do
now. That
what
is
we're
the
asking
threat
of
to
you.
our democracy.
Nothing will happen to you
Thank you,
if
Mr.
you
Chairman.
choose not
Thank
to.
you, Senator. And to mix sports...
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question.
fulfill
My
this
apologies,
request.
5 seconds. Did
That's
you
not
sign on to that
censorship.
letter asking the FCC to revoke the
fact
license of
that-
Sinclair Broadcasting in 2018?
God, I lost my fucking train of thought because I have to include all these caveats to be like, I fucking
I'll have to go and to review that, but from my
But
perspective...
the fact that they want to act like they
what
have
Trump
a
is
problem
doing
with
right now
that,
at a
but
presidential
not
level,
with what
ordering the
Trump is
FCC
doing.
to act is absolutely an imminent threat to our democracy.
Okay, and I also, mixing sports metaphors on your strikes, I'm going to throw the red flag because the federal district court, I know something about this, said that the Biden administration had engaged in the worst example of violation of the First Amendment in American history. That decision was upheld by the Fifth Circuit. The Supreme Court did not rule against it. It sent it down. It didn't rule on the merits. It sent it down for a standing issue. So, Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd first just like to start by making a very clear statement. Government censorship is wrong, full stop. Never should be tolerated. That should be no matter what side of the aisle that you're on. I think we can agree that the government takes adverse action against speech that it dislikes. That's bad for all Americans, and
What's
it's
Trump doing?
counter to the fundamental
Right now,
values that this country stands for. As ranking member of Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, I have reviewed thousands of pages of documents, including testimony from the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency employees. And I'll say that I simply don't agree that CISA, the agency, has worked in a coordinated effort to censor American speech. And the Supreme Court has basically agreed with that finding. However, if there's evidence of wrongdoing on the part of anyone in previous administrations, I want to address it.
But not the
and I'll
current
work
one?
with folks on this panel to do that. Protecting free speech should not be a partisan issue.
Thank you.
And that's why I'm disappointed that instead of having the FCC here today to discuss what are urgent and I believe a flagrant
Yeah, where the
violation
fuck
of
is the
America's
FCC?
First Amendment rights,
Where's
as my
Brendan Carr?
colleague just mentioned before me, instead we're rehashing debunked claims regarding activities at CISA from 2018 to 2022. Since it was created in 2018, CISA has protected our nation against cyber criminals and foreign adversaries who are constantly seeking to breach critical networks and steal America's most sensitive personal information. And unfortunately today we're hearing claims that have been debunked about the agency's mission and its vital work. The Supreme Court decision in Murphy versus Missouri found with regard to CISA, quote, the evidence does not support the conclusions that the relevant plaintiff made that CISA had violated the First Amendment rights. That's a Supreme Court decision. None of the documents I reviewed included instructions for the social media platforms to respond to CISA's questions on flagged content, nor did they attempt to cover up their interaction in some way with these companies. So it's concerning to me that the committee would choose to focus on a backward-looking claim at a time when today, currently, we're seeing unprecedented efforts to wield government power as a tool to suppress free speech and stifle legitimate criticism and legitimate political discourse. In recent months, the Trump administration has revoked media access, got to say it again, over news coverage that didn't flatter the president. Oh my gosh, horrible. You didn't flatter the president. You can't have media access. That's a high crime and misdemeanor, apparently. He also sued media outlets who publish content that the president doesn't agree with. And he has launched baseless investigations into the president's perceived political enemies.
I used to always do my
In one
own nails.
instance, the president's FCC
But I
chair,
think I just
Brendan Carr,
found a nail gun.
threatened to revoke the
Nail lady
broadcast
from
licenses of ABA affiliates over comments made by a comedian. Oh my gosh, horrible. Comedian comments. Revoke that license. President didn't like the comedy. Let's be clear, these
Yeah, Daniel, I
acts
was literally
are
just thinking about that.
unprecedented. Unprecedented
I
in
was
American
opening up
history.
my notes app.
And they rightfully raise alarms, I think, for every American. Thousands of Michiganders have reached out to my office saying that we must hold the Trump administration accountable to ensure that these abuses of power are not left unchecked. And I certainly hope that the chairman of this committee and members of the committee will devote their efforts to examining these abuses that I mentioned, regardless of who commits them, because we must all stand up for First Amendment rights in the face of unprecedented overreach. And it's right to call out wherever we see it, no matter who is saying it, no matter what administration. But let's not ignore what we're seeing in front of us right now, constantly, in the media. So, Mr. Kimmelman, quick question. After threatening regulatory action against ABC affiliates, if it did not suspend Jimmy Kimmel, FCC Chair Brendan Carr said, quote, if you're going to have a license from the FCC, we expect you to broadly serve the public interest, end of quote. So my question for you, sir, is there precedent for the FCC using the public interest, convenience, and necessity standard in the Communications Act to stifle First Amendment protected speech? And how has the FCC historically interpreted the public interest? How is this different?
No, not to my knowledge, Senator. The FCC has used, it's a public interest standard. The FCC has used it very carefully. There's specific direction in the Communications Act beyond the Constitution itself of Congress reminding the FCC not to stifle speech, not to impede First Amendment rights, and the FCC has been very careful in that regard.
So the comments made by the current FCC chair is simply unprecedented in all of your knowledge of past actions.
In my experience, Senator, I've been doing this for more than 45 years. I have never seen anything like that.
That's perhaps why it was so shocking to Americans all over this country, but apparently not to some individuals serving in the U.S. Senate. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I begin, one of my colleagues raised a letter that was sent to the FCC back in 2018 that was signed by Democrats. I don't know how many of you know who the chair of the FCC was in 2018. Do any of you know? Does the name Ajit Pai sound familiar? Do you know who was president in 2018?
I thought it was Ajit.
Donald Trump. I'm sorry if I stumped you all. It was Chairman Pai that denied this thing. And Chairman Pai, in his order, he said something along the lines of, what was submitted to the FCC lacked candor. It's funny to me how there's so many legal ways to call a lie a lie. When the FCC says a submission lacks candor, it means that it intentionally provided false or misleading information, omitting crucial facts. Just so that the record's straight. Mr. Volek, just a few weeks ago, the Federal Communication Commission Chairman Brendan Carr made several statements. You've heard a lot of them today, with regulatory action over remarks made by Jimmy Kimmel if they, quote, didn't take action. In his own words, Chairman Carr said, quote, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Now, to be clear, ABC can suspend Jimmy Kimmel's show for whatever reason they want. However, the fact pattern that led ABC to suspend Jimmy Kimmel's show involved a government official, in this case FCC Chair Carr, making direct threats. As you have written, quote, but if the government coerced ABC into suspending the show through threats or of retaliation, that would have likely violated the First Amendment. Yes or no, if ABC acted to remove Jimmy Kimmel because of FCC Chairman Carr's threats, would Carr's actions violate the First Amendment?
Yes, I think so.
Unfortunately, the events from a few weeks ago related to Kimmel's show was not the first time that Chairman Carr has weaponized the FCC against broadcasters since he took office. Mr. Kimmelman, I'd like for you to help get some facts on the record. I think you answered these to Chairman Markey, but questions sometimes need to be heard twice. And as the response is, did President Biden ever direct Chair Rosenworcel to investigate a media company, pull their license, and impose the maximum fines and punishment, by the way, that's a quote, from Donald Trump, for their unlawful and illegal behavior immediately after threatening to sue that company?
No, Senator.
Did President Biden suggest Chair Rosenworcel should revoke broadcaster licenses for giving him, quote, bad publicity?
No, sir.
Did Chairman Carr reinstate complaints against NBC, ABC, and CBS for election coverage that were dismissed by the prior FCC?
Yes, Senator.
Did Chairman Carr launch investigations into local NPR, PBS stations alleging that they could be violating federal law by airing commercials?
Yes, Senator.
Has Chairman Carr openly threatened to remove Comcast broadcast license over news coverage?
Yes, Senator.
Now, look, what's disappointing is that's just a sample of what's recently happened. And I appreciate this hearing. I think this is a good hearing. There are a few of us that actually authored legislation to say, FCC, keep your hands off of these media companies. Protect the First Amendment. Follow the law. I hope that's something that you all will take a look at and see if maybe there's bipartisanship. And if anyone's worried about doing it under this president, let's say the next president. Let's just say, let's take this off the table. So I certainly hope that's something that we can all do together. Now, Mr. Kimmelman, President Trump has developed a habit of suing media companies if they report or publish content he doesn't like. He sued CNN, ABC, CBS, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal. I mean, it goes on and on. Trump even sued the Pulitzer Prize winner to the New York Times and Washington Post for their reporting about Russian interference in the 2016 election. Now, some of the media companies, such as ABC and CBS, chose to settle. Others are still fighting. Even if a lawsuit is baseless, what effect does it have on the opposing party, Mr. Kimmelman?
Senator, it has an enormous chilling effect, even as you've heard from my colleagues on this panel here in a different context. It's overwhelming to take on the government. even if you think you can vindicate your rights, it's a daunting task, and it tends to pull people away from presenting the views, are actually trying to vindicate their rights because it is such an overwhelmingly costly endeavor.
Look, I think it's fact that Meta paid $22 million to President Trump to settle a lawsuit. Did Paramount pay? Yes, $16 million to President Trump as well. After Skydance settled, there was a merger approved within days as well. As a matter of fact, my team looked into the last time that a president sued one of these media companies. They had to go back to Teddy Roosevelt to find it. And do you know how much the settlement was for? 6 cents. Anyhow, there's a little trivia for you all as well. Look, as my time concludes, Mr. Davis, I don't know if you've ever been asked this. I can't find anywhere on the record where you've answered it. Who won the 2024 election in the United States of America?
Who won the 2024 election?
Yeah, for president.
Joe Biden was elected president.
In 2024?
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Had 2020
That was
brain.
misinformation right there. So let's set the record straight. Who won the 2024 election?
I was in government censorship mode. Donald Trump won the 2024 election.
Who won the 2020 election?
Joe Biden was elected president in 2020.
I appreciate that very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Well, since we're doing some presidential history, Mr. Davis, could you name the last president that was a prosecutor attempted to throw in jail for the rest of his life and impoverish his family? Has that ever happened?
Yeah, I recall Donald Trump being threatened.
Right, they're the only one.
prison.
Not even Teddy Roosevelt. Since we're going back in time, I do want to ask you, Mr. Kimmelman, because just as a follow-up for it, and I'm going to get to you just very quickly. The question was a president suing a news organization, and you said that the government taking that on would have a chilling effect. You're not arguing that an individual citizen, as President Trump, suing a media company for lies is a threat to the First Amendment, right?
No,
okay,
no.
Thank you. Senator Blunt, Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my colleagues, yesterday there was a split screen on the news, coverage of committee hearings and a shutdown clock. It was a tale of two realities. Republicans continue to call for hearings like it's business as usual, while Americans are literally living in the midst of a shutdown that jeopardizes their health, that jeopardizes their jobs, and the services that Americans rely on. So the issues before us are vitally important, but our number one priority in this moment should be reopening the government and restoring people's health care. So today I want to use my time to remind all of us what is at stake. We're in a pivotal moment. Energy costs are up. Food prices are up. The rent has gone up for many. And millions of Americans in red states and blue states alike are on the brink of their health care costs doubling or losing it altogether. From small businesses to farmers to ranchers to moms and dads, at this very moment, Americans across our nation are making some very difficult decisions about how to make ends meet. We can fix this, but it requires negotiations. It requires us all to do our jobs and to find a path forward together. We can reopen the government. We can restore health care for the millions of Americans who are counting on us. But it requires urgency, and it requires trust, and it requires willingness to come to the table now. My Republican colleagues control the White House, the House, and the Senate. The ball is in your court. Let's make a deal. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. I want to ask just a couple of questions before we close out here, because this is a topic of great interest to me. Mr. Davis, obviously this agenda that was at work cost you a lot, critical resources for your publication, your family. Given organizations like, I mean, there's so many of these that we just do not have time to go into them. I mean, the truth of the matter is what was uncovered was that, you know, we took their deposition. The CDC had approved words and phrases that social media companies could use in this secret portal that was established between the government and these social media companies conveyed this. And if people utter this phrase, I mean, this is sort of like, this is prior restraint, sort of like, this is what you will take down ahead of time. CISA was very much involved in this. You have an alphabet soup of agencies most people have never heard of that were weaponized against millions of voices in this country. We talk about President Trump a lot, but there's just a lot of just people who were online who had questions about forced masking of kids or the vaccine mandate, all those sorts of things, and they were throttled or taken down. So given what you know about organizations like the Election Integrity Project, that's another one, in collaboration with CISA and receive taxpayer funding, how are these NGOs still working currently to harm individuals from speaking their mind, particularly conservatives?
Yeah, it's a great question. The thing about these censorship tools and technologies and efforts is they're a little bit like injecting something into the body's bloodstream. They inject it in, it's in there, it's working its thing. And just because you pull the needle out doesn't mean the effects are gone. A lot of these organizations are still out there using technologies and tools that were deliberately funded and distributed by the federal government for the purpose of censoring people like me, people like Alex Berenson, people like my colleague Molly Hemingway. I don't know if we will ever actually be free of the effects of this censorship industrial complex that the previous administration created. I don't know if we will ever be free of the horrible effect that it created, the horrible dampening and abridgment of our speech that we were forced to endure secretly for years, and the extent of which we still don't fully know.
Mr. Berenson, I want to ask you, what is the most, in your kind of review of all this stuff after the fact, what's the single, I mean, it's hard to probably pick one, what's the most shocking thing that sort of you uncovered or found out about this whole thing, your experience?
Remember the other day I was
That
talking
the White
about
House
how
would directly
I was coming up with
target
a
me
list of
as
laws
an
to pass,
individual.
and I couldn't find it.
You know,
Once again, I have
and
lost
again,
that list in my notes app.
Again,
Notes app.
I think the White House, the federal government has tremendous power. It's more than it should go out there and say what it thinks, and if it wants to promote masks or whatever it wants to promote, obviously it has every right to do that. But to target individuals or target entire classes of speech, I just don't understand how anybody thought that was okay. And clearly, I'll tell you actually what the most stunning thing was. The companies didn't
probably
like
just
it.
deleted it
Okay,
somehow.
you had private companies
Even though I
saying,
never
"Hey, we're
fucking
worried
delete.
about the First
I mean,
Amendment." You had a British
No.
politician, the former deputy prime minister of Britain, saying to the White House, "I think there's a problem here," and the White House said, "Oh no, don't worry about it."
And then lastly, then I'll get to Senator Hickenlooper. Mr. Volak, I want to ask you, the NIST AI risk management framework guidance advises developers, this is a government agency, advises developers to mitigate risks related to, quote, harmful bias and content that may not, quote, distinguish fact from opinion or fiction. From a First Amendment perspective, what is the danger of the government suggesting that these AI companies or other platforms should filter out quote-unquote harm or quote-unquote bias?
Well, if the government, if the government were to mandate that AI companies restrict their outputs in particular ways, I think that would violate the First Amendment, partly because of the rights of the companies, but partly because of the rights of users. Users as listeners, users as people who would want to use the AI to create their own speech. At the same time, when it comes to government procurement decisions, where government needs to get AI for its own purposes, it has to insist that the AIs provide accurate information.
You understand the danger of that, though,
There's
right?
definitely a danger, but at the same time, again, the government as buyer, the purpose of AI is to provide accurate information. Social media, I think the main purpose is to provide information that users supply. It's to provide, I think, should be a largely unfiltered channel.
A pass-through platform, which is why they're given the Section 230 protections in the first place, correct?
Well, I do think that is a good model as a pass-through platform. But AI cannot be to be effective at pass-through platform. It has to make decisions that we hope are decisions in favor of more accurate information. Otherwise, the government as user of AI will be constantly deceived by it. So I think in its procurement capacity, the government needs to be able to insist that the AI companies do what it takes to provide more accurate information and to fight, indeed, misinformation in their own output. That is something that is required. And indeed, AI companies don't have Section 230 immunity in that
Correct.
kind of context.
And
for that very
I
reason.
suppose I think this is going to be a big issue, whether you call it woke AI, whatever. The previous administration, one of the untold stories to lock in, and I actually agree with Mr. Kimmelman on this point, to lock in the incumbents and the monopolies in exchange for that was to have algorithms that locked in this bias. And that is a very, very dangerous road to go down. So I don't think this is the last we're going to be. It's not really the purpose of this hearing.
They
but since
say
we're having
as
the
they
discussion, I think
literally
it's really
take
kind of
fucking
an
control
interesting
over
and important
TikTok
thing.
and
So, Senator
install
Hickenlooper.
more just fucking iOS.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I
operators
agree completely.
to control
What we should be looking at is the algorithms
what can and
as
cannot
much as the
be said
speech,
on
because those algorithms are going to control what we get. And in a funny way, that's an abrasive and intrusive
Yeah, right,
form of
Miranda?
speech that has almost nothing to do with your freedoms. Let me just start just by saying that the First Amendment to most of us is the bedrock of our country. It's a bedrock of a healthy democracy. It protects
My calculator
people
has software
from
that locks in
government
2 + 2 =
censorship
4.
at every level. It provides free speech, but it's not unlimited. And we know that speech that encourages violence, spreads lies from foreign enemies, or defrauds people, fire in a crowded theater, that's not protected. But this freedom should be nonpartisan. It's, whether you're Republicans or Democrats are in power, we should all remain united in stopping these genuine threats to the fundamental civil rights of our society. People in this country should be free to speak their minds without pressure, without censorship, not from government, not from government agencies or policies, not from companies acting under political influence. What worries me is that some claim to defend free speech only when it helps their political party and ignore it when it silences others. And I think it's worth reiterating that we're not here to pick sides. Is to make sure that we protect everyone's right to speak freely, no matter who they are, what they believe, or what they are saying. Let me start just by talking a little bit about campus. I went to a small liberal arts college in Middletown,
it's a
Connecticut,
hearing mystical.
the famous Wesleyan
So
University.
there's no talking
And they,
about,
like every school, had to navigate a lot of this in the last couple years.
talking about
We've seen an
problems
increase
and,
in
like,
people calling
in
for
theory,
imposing
supposed
bans
to be
on peaceful
discussing
organizing related
possible
issues,
solutions.
such as the war in Gaza or Black Lives Matter. I think we also need to recognize our duty to protect the rights of conservative views that are expressed on college campuses. I know the Wesleyans worked very hard to make sure that they get both sides, but not everyone has. And whether we agree or disagree with each other, our right to that freedom of speech should be defended loudly and consistently. I think as long as we all feel that our safety is protected from threats of violence, of unconscionable violence. So let me start, Mr. Berenson. Regardless of ideology, as long as individuals or groups are not inciting violence with the intent to harm others, should they not have the same rights to free speech?
Well, yes.
Not a very complicated question, but it's one of those ones that I feel like the more times you can ask it on the record, each time you do that, it builds a little bit of a better foundation. Mr. Davis, you've defended conservative speech online. Would you extend that same defense to college students expressing their views about the U.S. foreign policy or calling for racial justice if their speech was censored by a state government?
Yeah, I don't think American citizens should be subjected to censorship by their government anywhere for any reason.
Just want to make sure that's on the record. I was pretty sure what that answer would be. We've seen some disinformation campaigns from foreign governments. U.S. government, under both Republicans and Democrats, have worked hard to limit counter foreign propaganda. They're especially important. These efforts are especially important when it comes to stopping these disinformation campaigns that oftentimes are trying to interfere in our elections. Under the first Trump administration, the FCC even proposed to require the mandatory disclosure of all foreign-sponsored content broadcast over TV or radio. Again, there are some that argue that that disclosure would, in fact, be a form of limitation. I'm not saying that myself. Now, Mr. Berenson, again, would you support the government having zero communication with companies about foreign disinformation campaigns that could affect U.S. elections or public safety?
I mean, I haven't really thought about that. Zero, I don't know, there might be a time when it would be reasonable, but, I mean, you said foreign, right? I mean,
yes.
So the First Amendment is not implicated. The problem, as we've seen in the last 10 years, it's very easy to go down a slippery slope and you start interfering in American speech. So I think you have to be very careful.
That's where that question comes from, especially when sometimes that disinformation is our foreign rivals or adversaries, Iran, Russia, China. Last question, Mr. Volokh. Isn't there a difference between coercive threats and agencies actually sharing factual information about foreign disinformation campaigns? And I think one example of this would be Russia's 2016 interference efforts. And would you recommend the U.S. government simply stop investigating foreign interference on our elections altogether? Or, you know, if we were to do that, what would that do? Would that help or harm our democracy?
So there is a difference between coercion and kind of other non-coercive communication. The coercion would be a First Amendment violation. The others may or may not be, depending, I think, on how systemic they are. I do think that, indeed, we've seen lots of situations throughout American history where attempts to try to suppress foreign influence have turned into attempts to suppress domestic dissent, including in the examples you gave of some people who are trying to suppress, I think wrongly trying to suppress
it's quite literally up to them, technically.
On campuses are arguing, oh, these people are the cat's paws of Hamas and such. So I do think that even to the extent it's permissible for the government to communicate with the platforms, I think it's important that there be as much transparency as is possible, consistently with national security, and that it's especially dangerous when they're trying to, when the government is trying to do that, and then nobody finds out about it for years or until somebody manages to break the log jam in a lawsuit using discovery.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I can ask one more question, I'll just be a yes, no, because this is one that I never really followed. I had, until I was partners with a woman, remarkable woman named Joyce Meskis, had a bookstore in Denver called The Tattered Cover. And she was a great defender of this, of free speech. And she looked at it in that sense of your speech is part of what you read. And you should be able to read whatever you want without government interference or knowing about it.
He's making arguments for TikTok, man.
A domestic terrorist who had
There's also a
had a
Supreme
bomb.
Court ruling, by the way.
They are pretty sure that he had purchased the book
your choice
on how to make
what
this
to
bomb
consume
at her bookstore.
Is part of
and she refused to give the information over what her customers had purchased. And I just wanted to see with each of you whether you think that's, in that situation, whether that's appropriate or not. And it's pretty much what it was. They wanted to find out whether this guy had bought that book from the bookstore as part of the case. And she said, you don't need that case. You got him on a million other things. This is a freedom of information issue. Yeah, so with you, Mr. Volokh.
Yeah, so as I recall, I think she prevailed in that particular case. I'm not sure that the court got it right there. As a general matter, especially if there's probable cause in a warrant, all sorts of information may need to be turned over, and I'm not sure there should be a categorical prohibition on disclosure of that information, especially when there's probable cause in a warrant.
I think that's a very smart answer, and I will just go with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the facts of that case, obviously, as you are. I think that's a pretty complicated one, so I'm going to have to decline on that one because I just don't have enough information.
I think it's a weird question he's
That's
asking.
a tricky one.
You guys wouldn't make very good senators. You know, all of our cases are pretty tricky.
Because he's saying, like, she basically
Senator,
refused to turn
I
over
can
that
understand the
information.
sentiment that she expressed and why she did it. I think
But-
I agree with Mr. Volokh. If there's a real legal cause for that information being handed over.
Yeah, I don't think
government
it's
has
a
right to.
violation of
I guess
free speech.
I think they dodged pretty
if
well,
someone
Senator. They made good
reports
sense.
how you exercised it. You know what I mean?
Maybe they would be excellent material for senators.
They pivoted.
Just
I
like
think that
they can get-
the Supreme Court obviously did support her, and that this was part of the free speech that should be protected. And I guess you can, most of you disagreed with that, so you can feel some comfort that precedence doesn't seem to be that all-powerful in the present court. So there's certainly a chance in a similar situation we might get a different ruling.
Because the thing is,
Senator.
the way he worded
Thank
it,
you
at
all.
least,
I want to thank all the
makes it
witnesses
sound
for
like
their testimony
she
here
was
today.
fighting
Senators
about
will have until the close of business
whether
on
or not
October 15th to submit questions
tell
for
them if
record.
he
The witnesses will have until the
purchased
close
a
of business on
specific
October
book,
29th
right?
to respond to those
And
questions.
she said, well, I
And with
believe
that,
that your
concludes
choice in
today's
reading
hearing.
whatever you
The
want to read
committee
is
stands adjourned.
part of your free speech. That's what free speech covers, what you read also. Therefore, she didn't want to hand over that information to the government. And it sounds like she prevailed, but what's weird, it's like I kind of disagree with it personally. Like, I think them banning a book, that would be a violation of free speech, or banning or not allowing her to sell that book to this guy, that would be a violation. But asking her if he bought a book, that's, to me, is not a violation, in my opinion, of free speech. So, yeah, like, so, in the same way that that they can get a subpoena, or they can get a warrant for your internet browsing history, right? That's not illegal. That's your choice in what you're reading. But even though you're allowed to and should be allowed to, would that follow into the fifth? I don't know. Well, that's the thing, Thomas, because that's not, the fifth is just about self-incrimination, right? But that would not theoretically, like, if they were trying to come after her for selling the book in and of itself, but that's less about, like, a right to read, you know what I mean? That's still basically making her responsible for the speech of disseminating this information. You know what I mean? And that would be a different argument. That the legal argument in that case would be based on the Fifth Amendment, right to not self-incriminate. So, Smacks of the library card, angle 47. Ooh, remind me. Guys, if you haven't already, ironically, I guess not ironically because I talk about this type of shit all the time, but I recently shared a little series on YouTube. It's one video on verticals. It's a series. It's 4 parts, I think. Yeah, 4 parts. About informational autocracy, and I talk about censorship in the modern age and era, but I also even more recently than that, I think it was like right after the last video on this thing, I shared talking about censorship on platforms and how part of it, I just talk a little bit about how the tactics have changed in some ways, but also part of the goal is disruption of communication itself, to basically make you mistrust your means and methods of communication. Censorship fulfills a lot of purposes, not just the filtering or removal of information. Thank you, Polyester. I appreciate you watching it. Antiseptic. Nice self-censorship there. Yay, I'm glad, Polyester. Okay. Man, it's been a while since we went live. Definitely like this. This was fun. I've missed it, but man, it takes me so long to make these stupid fucking videos. Right now, I'm procrastinating. I don't want to hop off, but I have a laundry list. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I start every day with a list like the length of my forearm of video videos, topics that I want to cover. And like, if I'm lucky, I'll get one out. Actually, if I'm lucky, I'll get like 2 out in a day. And I cover less than 10% of the topics I want to fucking cover. And part of it is because the editing takes so long. Because I don't think people want to sit and just listen to me speak kind of more slowly and haltingly. So I try to edit and get it all snappy, but I don't know. I might start experimenting a little bit with like less editing. You guys watch Hawk? I really like Hawk. He's a mutual. But he'll just speak at the camera and just go through stuff, and he won't edit at all. And he'll just like speak and take his time with it. And I'm always in awe of it because I can't hold information like that. I can't hold attention like that, rather. I don't think. You can't listen to Hawk, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. My production values, chef's kiss. I was thinking recently, so this is I'm a film kid. Technically, my career is in like film. Technically. I'm never going to work in the film industry again, obviously, because I'm too political. And free Palestine. But like, I was thinking the other day, as you can tell, I lean towards like warmer color temperature on this because I think it's nice and inviting. But I don't like that it looks like, I wish it looked more like, I feel like people prefer sunlight sometimes. I don't know. But also I was like, maybe I should lean a little bit more towards like cooler tones, go a little bit more like the filmic route. You know what I mean? Because we like cool tones a little bit more in like film vibes. But I don't know. Part of it, the problem is I am so like pale that once you go into the cool tones, it's like, I don't know. I'm a very pale, technically olive toned like person. Technically I have like olive skin tone, but it's very, very pale. So the warm light looks great. Natural light looks whatever. But when I go natural, when I go cooler in the tones, I literally, like, my skin is literally like white. And I start to look, it's comfy. That's good. You think so? It makes me look more tan. It makes me look alive. Let's be real. But I like, the thing is, on, like, in terms of, like, image stuff, I look good in, like, fall tones and stuff. But in terms of, like, I like that more, like, filmic vibe. Maybe not necessarily looking like daylight in here, but I like those cool tone film vibes. I think they're just more beautiful. I saw the reason I was like thinking about this recently is because I saw this creator on Instagram and I shared their music video and I thought, and it was like, it's very clearly like, oh, thanks. On Twitter, who posted my video on Twitter? I'm not on Twitter. God was telling me I should be on Twitter. The problem is with Twitter, here's part of the problem. Well, number one, Nazis. Number two, I used to have a Twitter account that I like never posted on. I posted like a couple of jokes back when Twitter was new, ages ago. And it was the same as my Instagram, which is basically what I use for all my accounts. perezbrenna, @perezbrenna, right? That is my account across everything. By the way, I have a backup account that I just posted on here. If you guys want to find it, perez.brenna. I never use it, but because no one follows me on it. And if you guys are comfortable with following an account that doesn't post stuff, just in case, please do. So, hold on. Oh, yeah. So the problem is blue is not nighttime. No, I know. It's not nighttime. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like the more like cool tone, like the filmic, kind of like the more like almost greenish undertones, like shadows. Not quite green because green is like meh. But, thank you, Birdman. So the problem is I had an account on Twitter years ago that was at perezbrenna. And then when Elon, like a few years ago, so I deleted my account. And so now I can't get my account at perezbrenna. That's a big, that's a big part of why I'm not on Twitter now. It's also the Nazis. But I am on, by the way, I am on Blue Sky. No one fucking follows me on Blue Sky. Not that I post on there much. I basically just post links to my YouTube videos, but is someone impersonating me? Yeah, there are a lot of accounts that use my content. If you find them, guys, please report them. And, you know, if you ever want to do someone a solid, a creator a solid, and this is a lot of work. Happened to you. Oof, 17. Has Twitter been really around that long? Yikes. I am old. And I don't know how possible this is. I think it is. If you really want to help creators out, if you see someone who is stealing their content, it's hard to, if you report the account, here the thing, they've like wisened up a lot of the time. Some of the accounts are like impersonating that person, but you can't even report it as impersonation unless the person is like verified or a celebrity, which fucking sucks. And I'm not, even though I have applied and I have articles written about me, but I guess they're not enough articles. They just won't verify me. If anyone knows any journalists who want to include me in an article so that I can get fucking verified, or just write an article or whatever. Midas? Charisse? Really? Damn, it's got 400K views? Motherfucker. They got paid for that, didn't they? I don't want to be populating. Anyone who's on Twitter, you should message them and say, hey, you should, whatever you got paid for this video, you should pay the creator. You should send to the actual creator. Or maybe split it. 9.1 million. On here? Damn. I know, God has been telling me. God has been telling me to get on fucking Twitter. On TikTok, yeah. I know that if I start posting on Twitter, I'm just going to be flooded with more MAGA bullshit. I don't think I have the fucking energy on there. I'm just going to get clowned. We just watched it. It was a hearing on censorship in tech. It was some fucking bullshit, let me tell you. It was literally like, it was largely conservatives whining about censorship. The only fucking example they had was the Biden admin asking tech companies and explicitly saying to the tech companies, nothing will happen if you don't fulfill our request, but could you clamp down on the harmful misinformation about like vaccines and shit? Because it's hurting people. It was a request. They explicitly said there will be no ramifications if you don't do it. Like, just so you know, like, it's fine. Like, you don't have to do this. No one is forcing you to do this. There will be no consequences whether you choose to or not to do this. That was the only fucking thing they could point to and be like, the left is censoring. And just fucking, and made excuses somehow, / ignored the obvious fucking, the threats being made. One of the excuses given was like, well, at least Brendan Carr, chairman of the FCC, is doing it publicly. At least his threats are public. The Biden administration reached out privately. That's what makes it bad. No. 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 So, am I afraid of a future Democratic administration acting authoritarian in retaliation? No, I'm not afraid. I mean, I'm afraid of authoritarians, period, and we've got them. And here's the thing, I feel myself, my heart, you know, hardening. Part of me is like, well, Midas touches weak. All they seem to do is throw shade on Trump. No amount of shade thrown on Trump is dark enough. Let's just put it that way. We could fucking paint that man in Vanta black. Would not be enough. Though I'm sure he'd be right at home in blackface. Sorry, the authoritarianism is not just never leaving office, dude. That's not. In fact, a lot of authoritarianism absolutely involves people who leave office. Authoritarianism is not just someone who cannot be removed or never leaves office. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. But exactly, Ashby. What's a video idea? Polyester. That's true. Vanta is too pricey for such waste, especially with his circumference. Antifa meeting right now? Oh, Jesus. What Antifa meeting? Someone said something about Trump talking about Antifa. What the fuck? What Antifa meeting? Is it on C-SPAN by any chance? Supreme Court hears case on counting mail-in ballots. So, okay, but I'm gonna probably hop off. I gotta make videos. I gotta make actual videos. The videos are what fucking pay my bills. I wish we could just hang out. That's not true. I really do love hanging out on live with you guys. This feels more like my, I mean, it's a little bit of work, but I do this is more my socializing time. And I know that because I always drag my feet on getting off. But I wouldn't just want to do live. I think I enjoy, in terms of like work, I enjoy making videos far more because I like writing. I like the creative process there. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. I enjoy discussing subjects live and having these conversations. Whatever. You get what I'm saying. I love both. But in terms of creating content, I would much prefer to just make videos if I had to choose one. This to me is more about hanging out. Thank you, Lettuce. Oh, I appreciate that. On the airmen who refused to fly to Israel. I'll write that down. I was saying before, I've got a list like Antifa Roundtable. Sorry. Where? Antifa Roundtable. Who'd they invite? Where's my invite? Oh, it's about Antifa, obviously. Oh, God. Yeah, it was a mess. Hold on.
Administration is going to do to actually bring consequences to some of these names. You mentioned.
Well, I don't know the name, but I would like to ask Pam to take a look at it. You know, a lot of the best information we find are through you and other people like you.
Which one, McQuarrie?
I'd like you to look at it, Pam. In the back,
Anyway, yeah,
please.
but I have a video I made. I filmed it. It took a while. It's a long one. On like Monday, about a bunch of ICE shit, including the raid, the Black Hawk stuff, all that, you know.
Well,
But
I've heard
also a
that they
woman
dress
was
up
shot
like,
that now I have to update.
you know, they're fresh out of
And I
MAGA, but
started
they have
editing
nothing to
it.
do with MAGA. And they
And
make
then-
trouble and they try and blame it. And yeah, we know
Sorry.
some of that,
Let me know
and
if
we
you wanna
will
hear
be
him.
acting on some of that. We've seen it. We've seen it. So I
or
think
other groups to include
you could stay a little longer, but you know the problem is, although you have some very honest journalists in here, you also have some largely dishonest journalists like MSDNC and CNN. I think they're very dishonest, unbelievably, like a waste of time even talking to them.
Why is this guy so fucking upset?
I
Like,
have to go now
how?
to try and solve some problems in the Middle East, although I'm very well represented by our Secretary of State. He could probably do an even better job than me. But who knows? We don't want to take any chances. So we're going to go and do that. If you'd like, Pam, would you like to stay for another 5
They're
minutes, 10
retconning
minutes while we have
J6.
all
Are you
these great
serious?
people? And I'll let
What are they
Pam and
saying?
Christy take over and get some
Good
good points
God.
out. I just want to thank the
Thank you
people
for the
around the
rose.
table in particular. You've been amazing. You've been brave. You're real patriots. You're real patriots.
Oh, shut the
And at some
fuck
point,
up.
we're going to have to look into, at least in certain cases, rewarding you with
Yeah,
some
I have
very
this
important
video that I
medals
want
and
to
honors,
edit. I
okay,
want
as
to
we
finish
have
editing.
done
I
and
have
will
to
be doing with
refilm
Charlie
part
Kirk.
of
You know,
it because
Charlie's
it
getting
was
the
just about
Presidential
like
Medal of Freedom,
basically
which is
all
our
the
highest
biggest
award
sort of
outside
ICE
of the Congressional Medal of
abuse
Honor. And
events,
I think they're sort
like
of
from,
even. One's civilian
like,
and
the
one's
previous
military.
week.
But unfortunately, the civilian sometimes is
So I want to put that out, even
military
though
also
most people
because of
know
what we have to
everything
go
that has
through and
happened.
the streets of
So
this
it's like it's one of
this,
those things that I'm
country.
like I'm
I
a little
can
bit
only
like
tell you
dragging my
this,
feet.
we
Not
have a
dragging
great
my whatever.
nation.
I'm a
We
little
have
bit
a
like,
nation that's right now the hottest
this-
in the entire world. We're
is
the
this going
hottest
to end up
nation in the
being
world,
pointless?
despite
Like, am
all
I
of
going
the
to end up
things we've been
working
saying today.
like
But
a
that's
lot
gonna
on
make
this
your
video
job
that no
easier,
one's going to end up watching
nobody's
because
doing
most people are
better
going
than
to
we are
know
financially.
everything that's contained in
We're,
it
we've
anyway.
never done better.
But
We've had,
part
I
of
think,
it for me
58
is
stock
like I
market
want to put it
increases
all
since I've been,
together
top
in one
meaning
video.
record
I also want to
increases. We
include
have
all the
never
footage
seen
I
anything
can
like it,
find
and
from these
we're gonna keep
events,
it
which is
going.
also going to get it suppressed
That makes
because
it a little bit easier
a lot of the footage is
for what we're
pretty
doing. I
horrifying.
guess maybe it also makes some people
or
crazy
some of it.
because they
Some
don't
of
want
it
to
is
see
pretty
us do
horrifying
well.
just
But
from
we're
like
the
the
hottest
screens and
nation
stuff. It's
anywhere in
rough.
the world, and we were a dead nation.
I
want to
put it all
say it all
in
the time.
one
We're
video.
A dead nation. Now we're the hottest nation in the world, and that's
Just
said
because I
to
think
by
it's
every leader. One of
it's
the reasons
effective
that
to see a lot
we
of this
have
stuff
every
rapid fire.
country already signed
But
up
also I
or
kind of
just
want
about
it.
to sign.
I
Every
kind of
country in the
want
world
it
on
to
this
be seen by
whole
my
mess we have
international
going over with
audiences
Hamas
because
and
I
the
feel
Middle
like
East
you
and
know
all of the things
a
you
small
see
percentage
is they respect our
of what is
nation.
happening in the U.S.
A year ago,
makes
you wouldn't have
its
been able
way
to get
out,
it. You certainly
right?
couldn't have gotten
And
it
that's
with
not
Biden.
like
You didn't know where the hell he was.
that's not a conspiracy
But, a
thing.
year
It's
ago,
not
you wouldn't
because
have been
it's
able to have a
censorship,
situation
whatever.
like this.
It's
So
because every
I just
country
wanna
has
thank the
their
people
own
around
shit
this
going
table,
on,
and
and while
certainly
yes,
the
the world
officials
is
around the
watching
table, because they've
America,
been
the world is paying
incredible.
attention to
They've
what's
been brave,
happening right
and
here.
I watched yesterday,
We
Pam,
barely
and
have the
I watched
bandwidth
a little bit. I
to
thought it
see
was so
everything
good.
that's
I
going
rounded
on
up and
here, and
I
we live
watched it
here.
late in the
I
evening
barely have
because
it,
I
and
thought you
it's
were
literally my
fantastic
fucking
yesterday.
job
You
at this
really,
point to be
look,
looking at
you
all
had some
this
wonderful senators, some
being
great
aware and
politicians
talking about it,
asking
right?
Very fair questions.
So
and
people
you had some
overseas,
real
like the
slime
news is
balls.
first and foremost
But I thought you
reporting
were
their
amazing.
country's
So thank
news,
you very much.
their
And
local
Christy,
news.
thanks for the great job.
Then
Cash, thanks
I'm
for the
thinking
great
also like in
job.
Europe.
Always my man
Or
back
Europe's
down there.
news in
he's
general,
the
their
silent type, but
neighbors'
he's a
news,
hell of a
which is
lawyer.
far more,
Thank you all. We're going to get
immediate, close
we're gonna
by,
get
whatever.
peace in the Middle East.
And
That's
of
what we wanna
course,
do. Thank you
big
very much,
news from the U.S., but they're not watching. They're not getting every individual story about ICE shooting a woman, you know, a few days ago, or this. They're not getting all the like individual things, and yeah, it doesn't help that a lot of countries are fighting their own war against fascism. Yeah. So. Damon. Exactly, polyester. Hi, Canada. Well, thank you for watching from Canada. Yeah, fuck that guy. So, DW, France today? What does that mean? DW, France today. So yeah, that's a video that I wanted to make, but I also want to hear some of the videos that I want to make. All the videos. Another problem I have right now is I fucked up my sleep schedule, like not this past weekend, but the weekend before, because it was for the informational autocracy videos. I was like, I'm gonna film these, edit these, and get these the fuck out finally. And I knew that if I basically stopped and like walked away, I would lose momentum. So I basically had a couple of like pulled a couple of all-nighters to film those and edit them, because I have to like refilm as I edit, you know. And so now my sleep schedule is fucked up, where I keep wanting to wake up at like kind of early. I would love to be waking up at 7, which I was doing for the longest time. I was so proud of myself. So proud of myself. And getting started with like a story kind of in the morning, one more like in the afternoon around 5 p.m., 6 p.m., and then one maybe in the evening. And that's when I make like shorter videos. And that I love that. If I can pull that off, that's fucking awesome. Though lately I've not been doing those shorter videos. And unfortunately, I'm like laying awake all night until this morning, at least until 7, past 7. Not able to fall asleep, but too sleepy to like work and get shit done. So finally I fell asleep after 7 a.m. this morning and woke up at like 2 p.m. And I was like, well, there it goes. That's not true. I didn't wake up at 2 p.m. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I woke up at 2 p.m. No, I didn't. I think I woke up at noon. I woke up at noon. I didn't get my shit together until 2. You're on overnights? Oof. Do you work in film? Georgia? Film? Technically. Work in film. Woke up to the C-SPAN alarm. You got the alarm too? I don't know. Someone asked me how to turn on C-SPAN alerts, and I'm like, I couldn't fucking tell you. I could not tell you. I got lucky because I opened up, I have it on my Windows computer, which like, I just have for streaming, which now I barely do. That's why we have the fucking Windows computer. Gaming and streaming. Neither of which I do now anymore, really, all that much. And so I opened it up. Oh, and now I edit on it. Now I edit on it because I need to get a new laptop, a new MacBook. My laptop is on its last legs, let's say. So I can't edit my videos on my fucking MacBook. So I edit on my Windows computer, and I opened it up to basically be like, all right, let me look at this video, whatever, da-da-da. And as I opened it, I saw the C-SPAN alert just popped up. I was like, damn. Deutsche Welle, Germany's international public broadcaster. Video game politics stream, you're there. That'd be fun. I'd love a good, there's a game I haven't played yet that's like Alexine's Gun, something like that. There's a couple in that series that I feel like would be fun. I really like Hitman. That's a video game that finally got me into video games in a healthier way. And I want games like that. But I would love like spy video games like Hitman. You know what I mean? That's what I want. I love this idea of being like spy stuff. Fucking love. And I actually have a book I was sent to review. I gotta finish reading that. Oh, that reminds me. The Atlantic reached out. The Atlantic wants to send me some special copy to review also. Should I do it? The Atlantic. World of Assassin. BP Hitman, politics stream. It's been a while. You know, I haven't tried. I'm not sure. I don't think I've ever streamed Hitman. That might be a little taxing on the computer. Especially because I do the multi-stream now. I got this computer. I basically bought this computer over the summer. God, what month is it? Not this summer. God, last summer. Before the election. Because I was live streaming a lot. And I was wanting to both do multi-stream and which reminds me, guys, find me on YouTube, please. If you're on TikTok, please find me on YouTube. I post all the same stuff, most of the same stuff. But in horizontal. And sometimes it works better in horizontal. My little Stephen Miller video with the follow-up one, when I put, it was a half-baked joke. When I conceived of it, it was more complicated, and I just didn't feel like editing. I just wanted to like get the fucking video out. I was like so sick of staring at Stephen Miller's face. But I filmed myself like doing fisticuffs, and then if you may have, you may remember, and then one where I like freeze and I run off. That was supposed to be me making fun of Stephen Miller having like fight and flight moments because of the joke at the beginning, because of the joke in the previous video about his freeze response, you know? And I was gonna like, originally I was gonna have like, I was gonna go ding every time he like started fighting and be like, fight, fight. And every time he started evading, go like ding, you know, flight. And I was like, I don't know. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do this. But anyway, long story short, it looks better in the horizontal version than it does on the vertical one. Mortal Kombat sounds, yeah. Use another machine for the OBS machine. Maybe let the PC handle the game. So the problem is, TikTok Live Studio only works on PC. So, and what I can do, and what I was doing for a really long time actually, was I set up, I have a like basically a Windows boot, an external Windows boot on an SSD for my MacBook. And by the way, if I get a new MacBook, I'm not going to be able, thank you for reminding me of this. I was going to trade in my MacBook when I saved up enough, but I can't get rid of this MacBook because this is like the last Mac chip, whatever, the last or one of the last that you can do that you can run Boot Camp and basically run like a Windows boot on it. And so I do have, and I have the Elgato like 4K capture thingy, which reminds me, because when I switch to this camera, it's like virtual machine. Yeah, the virtual machine, it takes a lot of processing power is the problem. You know what I mean? It was in Spain and it went really well. It was technically two weddings in Spain and they went really well. They were both really beautiful. I have to post photos on Instagram from them. I have to edit them. I don't have fucking time for shit, dude. Yeah, Elgato. Well, the Elgato 4K thing, it was a gift. It was a birthday gift from my sister. I actually bought myself one. That was like my first, I guess, no, the computer was the first like sort of big upgrade. I've been slowly, like I'll save up and I'll get a piece of equipment. And I also buy, like, I am a big like bargain hunter. So I will wait for sales. I will get a lot of stuff secondhand. I'll get a lot of stuff free. I will wait for a long time because a lot of times you can get stuff like, I mean, this doesn't exactly always apply to tech, but furniture and stuff, most of my furniture I got for free because I'll wait for the perfect piece that is often the free piece. But, oh, thank you, Polyester. So yeah, the Elgato thing was like, I think it's $100. And I was really excited because, so my sister watches streamers. I've told this before. God, I guess we're just hanging out. Have I been to your website yet? No. What is it? But I saw that you dropped some merch. Bye, Colorado. Thank you. My sister watches streamers. She watches a lot of those like role playing streamers on like GTA and stuff. She showed them to me. That looks so fucking cool. I would love to do something like that, but I don't even know how to like even get plugged in on something like that. And I don't have GTA, and I don't know how to play GTA. I've played it like twice, and I'm not good at it. I don't know how to like move around it. Whatever. But you know what I'm talking about? Those like role play things. Those are so cool. I love humans. Stuff like that makes me fucking love humans. B comp role playing. I don't know if it's B comp role playing. To run 5M and buy GTA. What is 5M? I have a decent PC. It's a mini PC. 5M? Oh, okay. That's what it's called. Okay, so curiousredmonster.com. So the oh, nice. Upscale apartment complex in Portland. Is it on fire? Oh my God, what am I talking about? Oh yeah, so she watches those things. And a couple of years ago, she showed it to me. She's like, this is something you would be really good at. That's how she said it, by the way. Because whenever we hang out, we see each other maybe at least once a year, maybe twice a year if we're lucky, right? Because she lives in London. But when we hang out, like she watches a lot of YouTube when she in her time off. By the way, she just got her PhD. She's a doctor now. Not a medical one. So fucking proud of her. She's a genius. And she did it. So I'll just go and I'll hang out with her and I'll just watch whatever she's watching. And so at one point she was like, this is what you would be good at. You would be really good at this. And she showed me the GTA stuff. And I was like, this is the funniest fucking thing I have ever seen. I love humans. I love that. Like, and she's so right. Because, you know, I'm a theater kid. Technically, I work in film, director. I used to act. And, you know, if you've been on my lives where, like, especially the earlier lives, before we got all debatey, you know, it'd be fun to like play sort of characters just to like, or I would yes and trolls. You know, there's like a bit of improv to it to have fun with trolls. You'd yes and them. So she was right. I think that like that I would that'd be so fun. But I didn't think about it in like a year or two later when I started doing like TikTok or whatever. I forget how the conversation happened. And maybe I started going live. I told her and she was like, yeah, Brenna, I fucking told you to do that. And I was like, what are you talking about? You never told me to do that. She was like, yeah, I told you should be doing this. I was like, no, you fucking didn't. What? And like, I'm going crazy. And we like basically retraced the steps. And she was like, I told you would be really good at this. And I was like, in no way, shape, or form do I hear that and think you are telling me that I should be doing this. I thought you were giving me like a nice compliment of like, oh, you would be good at this. And like you know what I mean? Whatever. This is me procrastinating. I'm telling fucking meandering. Sorry. Not very interesting. This is how starved I am for hanging out with you guys. I missed you guys. So my sister basically real. Yeah. Real. My sister basically has a lot more awareness about live streaming and stuff early on. And so I started asking her, I was like, okay, well, like, what do people use? She's like, all I know is like, I know a lot of people talk about OBS. You know, they'll be like, oh, my OBS is acting up, blah, 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 whatever. So I started looking into OBS. And I think she told me about the Elgato Cam Link, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I figured that out. I don't know how. I'm realizing now the point of this story, which is so not worth this story. I just wanted to brag about my sister a little bit. A while back, I was like, okay, I'm going to save up for the Elgato Cam Link because it's expensive. It's $100. And I bought it. And then like 2 weeks later, I got another one in the mail, and it was for my sister, and it was my birthday present. Because I think I bought it for myself as a birthday present, and then she bought it for me as a birthday present. And I was like, hell yeah. And so I returned one of them, whatever. Yeah. So I use OBS. What is slobs? This is why I need to stream, because I just need to talk. Thank you, Azura. You think TikTok audio is out of sync all of a sudden? Oh, yeah, I'm seeing that. That was sudden. That it's not how it's been this whole time. Sorry. Oslo, you still in here? Look at Oslo's website. Nice. That's so funny. literally the other day, I was thinking, like, my website has to be updated. My website, I have not touched my website in years. I fucking hate dealing with that. And I was like, I have to update it. Like, I have some work that I haven't put up there. But I was like, I also have to update it to reflect that I'm a content creator now as well. And I was like, you know, just like on the About Me, it should just straight up say like, fuck ICE, free Palestine. and then go into like, just like the bio, like normal. I was like, I should just put that like, so if people are wondering what I'm about, especially because, you know, it's disqualifying me from work for sure. It will forever disqualify me from a certain amount, if not all work for the foreseeable future in like the film industry, to be very outspoken about shit like this. And it's only going to get worse with the increased censorship. And just, you know, media companies being worried about stuff. By the way, while I have you guys, again, Netflix. I know, far be it from me to encourage you to give money to a corporation, but Elon has been calling for a boycott of Netflix, and their stock, you know, dropped by a few percentage points, like precipitously, because of the calls for a boycott by MAGA, simply because they included, I believe it was a non-binary or a trans character in a show, in like I think it was for like some animation. I am live on the horizontal. I don't go live on the horizontal as often because I have to do it with this setup. If I'm on my phone, sometimes I'll do like a relay there, but I am live there. So anyway, Twitch is hit or miss. Yeah, I'm on Twitch too, but there's like no one on there. Yeah, so far be it from me to tell you to go spend money on a corporation, because no corporation is a good corporation. But I think in order, if we're going to balance as opposed to this idea of like rewarding good behavior means rewarding Disney and Hulu because they felt the boycotts immediately and the backlash, and suddenly rewarding them and going back to normal. Don't reward that, because they should not have bent the knee in the first place. What we need to be doing is rewarding companies that make the right choice in the first place, or take a step themselves, especially when they are being targeted for that choice. So if you recently canceled your Disney or your Hulu, I know that things are getting more expensive, but if you have that like $10 a month or whatever that you can, which reminds me, I got charged by Disney a couple of days ago, even though I canceled my account. ADHD. If you have those 10, 11, 12 bucks a month, whatever that you're saving from the Hulu or Disney thing, maybe consider paying for Netflix for a couple of months, right? For a couple of months, while these fucking hateful people are trying to boycott them and stuff. And you know, it's not going to be immediately reflected in their stock price, but I think it's a powerful message if in their, you know, quarterly earnings, even though their stock price went down, even, you know, if investors see that they're, you know, oh, the calls for the boycott happened, an influx of users or signups happened, or, you know, no significant level of boycott occurred in reaction to this. That's good. You know what I mean? That is how we reward good behavior by corporations. We show them that boycotts for doing the right thing are going to be toothless and largely ineffective and not harm the bottom line, versus the boycotts coming from, you know, the correct side. I was going to say the right side, but, you know, the left, the correct side, the boycotts that are about standing up to this bullshit. Oh, nice, polyester. I'm live on Hassan's stream right now? What? Am I really? Literally a fucking lifelong dream. One of my videos or this? If it's this, hi Hassan. He's watching my TikTok. The fuck? What? Okay. Is he really? Can someone clip this, please? Can someone clip it and send it to me? Let's go watch it. You're fucking with me. No, you're oh my god. The fuck?
Obviates those excuses.
Yes. If anyone
That's
knows how to
interesting.
clip this, oh god, I'm afraid he's gonna hit
I
me.
mean, are they? I feel like this admin, unlike any other, does say the quiet part out loud quite frequently. You're right about exigent circumstances. That's the reason why they have to say immigrants constitute a serious threat, and the previous administration didn't actually prosecute immigrants, and then didn't actually arrest and detain and deport immigrants expeditiously, which is why we have to violate due process, stuff like that, right? Like they'll try to build a reason for it. Like they'll try to really heighten the tension, right? In this situation, I guess like he's basically saying we have absolute authority over this. We have absolute authority over like sending.
Of course,
the
this
National
happens
Guard,
when people are making up
but
bullshit about a shock collar.
even if he uses like
of course it's gonna
plenary
happen now.
authority as a term instead of talking about how
Live
like they do have
restricted.
the absolute authority as the Supreme Court has
Ooh,
given
not
them
eligible
this
for
authority
recommendations,
before.
and it's restricted in search results because it redirects
I don't
users
know.
to purchase products outside TikTok.
I
This
just
is in line
don't.
with,
I don't
the
understand
4U
like what the
eligibility standards.
distinction is there. You
Yeah.
know.
This isn't surprising that this is their goal. Number two, if attorneys are made aware of this, at least they can start preparing their arguments against this language that's obviously going to start being rolled out as part of some argument or another very soon. The third bit of good news is I figured out what Stephen Miller sounds like. First, what you gotta understand is that because he's trying to come off as tough and he's a widow baby, he's in a perpetual pout when he talks like this. Number two, you gotta understand that he's a California boy, so you gotta place that pout on one of the characters from SNL's The Californians. I'm totally taller than 4'10". Oh, and the last bit of good news is I'm fairly certain he had to go change his pants after that interview.
They were just cutting dead air. Maybe I can see that. I can see that happening. To be honest,
I'm like, I think I'm live on Twitch right now too. So
anyway.
yeah.
President Donald John Trump says,
If anyone knows how to clip, thank you whoever told me that.
Should be in jail.
Breaking right now, within the past hour, President Donald Trump took to his social media platform Truth Social.
Trump wants to investigate if Antifa dressed up like Trump supporters on January 6th. Oh my God, I love this argument.
Saying the mayor of
I wanna
Chicago,
watch the
Brandon
whole
Johnson,
thing.
and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker should
Okay.
be in jail
Yay,
for,
thank
quote,
you.
failing to
Did
protect
you get it for-
ICE officers.
I mean-
We reached out to both offices for
Chicago mayor should be in jail for failing to protect ICE officers. Governor Pritzker also. Incredible stuff.
How do I have alerts if I'm
Incredible,
not logged in?
incredible insanity.
comment and are waiting to hear back.
Look, he's a coward. He says a lot of things to the camera.
Log in. I do feel someone told me I think he might have seen at least one other video of mine. Once you end the live, okay. You tried to clip something. Saved. Okay. Yeah. Polyester. Yeah. Did you do the like built-in like TikTok clipping thing? Is it super narcissistic that I'm like, oh, I want to watch every fucking reaction he had to my video? I don't want to be a fucking fangirl about it. Thank you, Bartholomew. Yay. I think that might be at least the second time he's had one of my videos on one of his streams. But the first time, like, I never got a clip or anything like that. I heard about it, like, at some point later. I just want to be friends with him. My friend, a guy that I used to date, plays basketball with him. It was so funny. This person reached out to me when I like started kind of blowing up a little bit. He was like, "Oh, it's so cool that you're doing this." Da, da, da. Or we were just talking, we were catching up, and he was like, "Yeah, I saw, you're doing well, blah, blah, blah." And it is, Simon, right? And then it's, how do you want to try Discord, Polyester? That's like usually the easiest way. There's a Discord that no one's in. But that's how people send me things sometimes. My friend was like, we were talking about this, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I play basketball with some dude who does that, like something like kind of similar to you, His name is like Hassan, but I don't know if he does posts. I think he just goes live." And I was like, "Hassan Piker?" He's like, "Yeah, him. You know him?" "Yeah." "Yeah, Tony." You can try. Okay. Well, that's also why I'm trying to I gotta log into Twitch. I want to mark it. I want to like flag it or whatever so that I can. All right. Oh. Oh, fucking hell. I just closed the window. Literally, I follow, I think, one person on Twitch because I don't really use Twitch, and it's him. Okay, let's see.
It's a little tricky.
How do I? Oh, you have to subscribe to Clip. I am subscribed. Oh, you have to pay. Does he upload the whole thing or no? I should support him. But also, I don't fucking make that much money. I don't make that much money. I'm not as big as Hassan. Thank you, lady. Oh, trust me, I get it, Polyester. I literally, like, every couple months, I, like, relearn how to. Hi, World's Strongest Mayo. I was just featured on Hassan's live stream. If anyone subscribes, should I just subscribe? Fuck it. Can I clip? I don't want to enter all my fucking payment info right now. Proficient in words. Took you long enough? Why are we shitting mayo? So does Hassan upload his live streams? Okay, on YouTube, it features the full length of his streams. Well, according to the AI overview, which I should not trust. I just don't want to be like putting in payment information right now. To widescreen, okay. I didn't realize I was still fucking following Cole on YouTube. I should unfollow. I don't think he does upload his full streams. Does he? No. These just look like clips. We're trying to figure out if Hassan uploads his full live streams. That's so funny because I was thinking of making a video. Damn, I wish I had done it. I wish I had fucking made the video. I was going to post about the whole fucking shock collar thing. I was going to be like, you guys are fucking stupid, dude. Maybe we could have been friends. This is really lame of me. I know that. Yeah, they're not his full live streams. Oh, has Asanabi VOD's archive? No. No, this is just a random person. Oh, but okay. October 4th, October 6th. Okay, so yeah.
He's now all of a sudden willing to state that Portland
this person uploads
kind of domestic
Okay, hopefully it'll be on here. Yeah. Well, let's hope that they upload it because, yeah. All right. Cool. Around 6:40 p.m. or 6:30 p.m. ish. Yay. But also, you know, someone got like an iPhone screen recording, which is also good. But we were just talking about that audio. I've got his live stream up. We're trying to figure out, I was like, I want to clip this. I want to get this clip of me on Hassan's stream. Because he's featured me, I think, once before at least, possibly twice. But I never find out until it's too late and I can't fucking find anything. So, that's exciting. Big fan. I follow 3 people on Twitch, as you can see, because I don't really use it all that much. Yeah, I am live on Twitch right now, I think, technically. Am I? I don't know if it's going to show my fucking private information. Yes, please. Thanks. Channel. Am I live on Twitch right now? I should be. Hi, Sarian. Yeah, look, that's me on Twitch. Sup. Inception. Twitchception. I barely fucking know Discord, let's be honest. Let's be real clear here. What's my Twitch? Perezbrenna. Everything. I'm perezbrenna on everything, which is why I don't have Twitter. Because... yeah. I deleted my old account years ago. Now I can't get it back. But I don't go live that often anymore. I used to. Now I don't really use Twitch. Really. When I'm live streaming through the computer, because I'll sometimes live stream from my phone. My main app is TikTok, because that's where most of my audience is, and that's what pays my bills. It's where I get my views, all that stuff. So, please, you're not insane. Texas is invading Illinois. No, not quite. Not quite. Back in the live days, I know. Right, back in the OG days. That was another thing. God, I keep hopping off to make the videos. Let's see. Six minutes ago. I mean, it's fucked up. Let's be clear. It's fucking fucked up. But I'm just like, I couldn't watch Civil War, man. I couldn't. In large part because fucking Alex Garland, big fan of his in general. Big fan. He fucking gave some bullshit interview, and I was like, oh, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. I think I made a video about it at the time. Let's see if I can find it. But he literally directed one of my favorite movies of all time, which is Ex Machina. Whenever I'm asked, I don't have a favorite movie, but if I have to pick a favorite movie, it's Ex Machina. And Civil War, I saw when I saw the trailer in theaters, I got like so anxious, because I just got anxious, because you can imagine why. And I was like, well, I want to watch it because I love shit like this and I love Alex Garland, but I did not love Annihilation. Which I'm not allowed to say, but whatever. And what am I fucking saying? Oh yeah, he gave this interview and basically pulled some enlightened centrist shit where he was like, well, the problem is that, he's like, I don't think the film is about one side being the bad guys or the other, because it's not about right or left. I think the problem right now is just that we're so divided. That's the real problem. He said, I have friends on the right and on the left, and the real problem is that, well, like, what I don't fucking like, I hate this fucking bullshit about like, oh, the problem is that we're so divided. Because it'll be up on, oh, thank you, Landless. Yeah, the extremes on both sides are tearing me apart. It's this idea of like, okay, so we agree, yes, the divisiveness, the fact that everyone is so divided is the problem. Yes, I actually agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. What do you think's dividing the people? What do you think's dividing the people? Because here's the thing. There is something like step one to division is being the person who decides that there are groups of people that don't deserve things. Like, because of where they're born, for example, that don't deserve, due process, for example. And I'm trying to like not even just step into the obvious thing where it's like, if you hate people because of their gender, their race, their, gender expression, gender identity, their orientation, to not get banned for the word. If you are the one who is deciding that certain groups of people are not worthy of being included in this group of like humans that we all agree we should be treating like humans and with common decency, that's the divisiveness. That's the division. You're the one who's dividing people. And me hating you for that, that's not, maybe that's even more divisive, but it's not. Like, it's actually not, because you're the one who's being divisive, and I'm rejecting your division. Yeah, I agree. The fact that everything's so divisive now is the problem. So maybe a certain side should stop fucking, like, singling out groups that are, like, allowed to have rights versus not, for example. And I'm obviously oversimplifying it, but like, Jesus. Sorry, she's got eye crusties, little eye crusties. Well, that's the paradox of tolerance, right? You don't actually have to tolerate hateful viewpoints. The paradox of tolerance is that you don't have to tolerate intolerance. When we talk about like tolerance, in reality, if we're not being fucking idiots, it doesn't mean tolerating intolerance. Because, Thank you, Comfy. All right. I keep saying I'm going to go make some videos. Do you want me to tell you what I want to make videos about? So I want to make that video that's like a collection of all the fucking... The one that I mostly filmed, so now I have to update. Now the information has been updated with all the like... Of all the like ice shit, but... Yeah. That just takes a lot of time, so I want to find something shorter that I can do in the meantime, and then maybe if I can film something more quickly and post that more quickly, maybe something that needs less editing, then I can, get my video in for the day and then get back to work on that thing. And I'll post it probably pretty late. Ooh, 9.5 mil. Damn. Is this my most popular video now? Yeah, it's officially become my most popular video. Damn. That's wild. I did not expect that video to do that well. The first Stephen Miller one, it was just Hassan just watched it on his stream. Good night. Thank you. You watched it in 16:9. Nice. Over on the wide place, the horizontal one, the horizontal spot. I'm like always disappointed in how many people like struggle to understand what that means. But I get whatever, coded language, whatever. I was pleasantly surprised. My YouTube is getting some traffic lately, which is nice. That never happens. But that oh, really? You thought I was shadow banned? I find they're easier to keep track of than TikTok. Yeah, that's true. But the informational autocracy videos, I was a little disappointed to see that on TikTok they didn't do that well. I mean, I kind of got that feeling as I was like editing and stuff. Near the end, I started telling Philippe, like, I was like, I'm wasting my fucking time. I was like, I'm wasting my time. I'm trying to like make this not boring, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, it's going to be one of those things where I spent hours on it, days on it, literally. And I put all this fucking pressure on myself, like whatever. I built it up in my head, spent days filming and then days editing and all that stuff. And I was like, and it's just going to fucking flop. I just fucking know it. And so, I posted on TikTok and I was like, yep, I fucking knew it. But I was pleasantly surprised to see that on YouTube, I got some nice views. Because I've made videos before, my history in under 10 videos, I thought would be perfect for YouTube. I thought they'd be perfect for like combo TikTok and YouTube because TikTok surprisingly really likes my history in under 10 videos, although I haven't made one in a while. I edit on DaVinci Resolve, I say. So sorry, what am I thinking of? What am I thinking about? Oh yeah, my history in under 10 videos, I kind of conceived of them as like the series that would sort of like bridge the gap in content, This was because I was like, those were the first videos that I filmed horizontally in 4K to crop in with a borrowed camera. Now I got a little content creator camera that I can do it in a wider lens, so it's easier for me to do it. But those were the first ones where I was like, okay, like the first one was a Watergate one, and I just filmed it in vertical on my phone on TikTok, and that did really well. So I was like, oh, cool, let's make a series out of this. If TikTok likes these videos, it was like 8.5 minutes long, which was like shocking that it did anything. And I was like, this is perfect for YouTube because this is longer and I can film it in horizontal and just post like that, and it has more like history images, Nope. TikTok fucking loves those videos. YouTube does not. YouTube, I feel like some of them barely have 100 views on them. In fact, actually, my last History in Under 10 video, the Iranian Revolution one, I don't think I even posted it on YouTube. I was like, I'll get around to editing it, and then I just fucking didn't. You've never had a post go to 1 million views? Yeah. It's exciting when it happens. It's exciting when it happens, for sure. But in terms of like, I don't know. It's like I started focusing for my mental health, but also just, I think, realistically, like, I think it's the healthiest place you can be in. And I understand how, what's the fucking word? Intoxicating, I guess. Intoxicating those like dopamine spikes are when something goes viral, when it does really well, when you get paid for it, all that stuff, for sure. And I'm definitely, I definitely, when I post a video, I'll be like checking constantly, like how many views it gets. And I try, but like for my mental health, and I'm a lot better at it now, it's like, or I guess here, I don't look to see how many views it gets so much. I'm like less obsessed with that. Now I'm like, if I'm getting a bunch of comments, I'm like popping in constantly to be like, to see if there's any comments like worth responding to and stuff. But you start realizing like, it's so much better to like stop focusing on every single one has to be a banger, you know, and just start focusing on like overall. So I get more anxious. Like I know I post videos that I know are not going to get any views because I'm like, I need the freedom to be able to post whatever the fuck I want and not worry about every single video getting a shit ton of views. I need to be able to just be comfortable in like whatever. And I've gotten to that point where it's like, okay, cool. I know I have flexibility within range of like, I don't have to worry that much about every video being a banger, blah, blah, blah. And instead of worrying about every single video getting to a certain amount of views, I try to look at it a little bit more like from a wider view, from like a little bit more of a elevated view, kind of looking down, where I'm like, I just want to see basic trends, you know? Because you'll have periods where like the algorithm, I feel like, is hot and cold on you for, you know, weeks, sometimes even months at a time. And this is coming from other creators as well. They also feel like, oh, you know, you'll have like a period where the algorithm, you're doing really, really well. And then all of a sudden nothing is hitting. And I think, you know, there's fluctuations like that. But so I want to just keep an eye on like overall things. Like how are things going a couple weeks at a time? Are like, what's the lowest amount of views that you're getting consistently around stuff? Like, are most videos getting at least, you know, 5 grand, 10 grand, 20 grand views? And as your audience grows, that on average will grow somewhat, you know? So like now my like usual just like base level is like higher than it was a year ago for sure. But that's what I try to focus on, because it's like really fucking, I think it can get so toxic if you're trying to like make every fucking video just be a banger, you know? Yeah, exactly, David. Thank you, Elise. But I am biased. I'm not unbiased. I do present factual information, but I am biased. Everyone is biased, and I also make no secret of my beliefs and biases. But I'm not going to lie to you in the name of my bias. That's the one thing I won't do. Love your logo thingy. Yes. Your face thing? Love it. I gotta roll out my merch more seriously. Your little face. Your little face. Yeah. Would I do content in Spanish? I've done a couple bits where I've like talked about Spanish language and stuff a little bit. I made a video about El Salvador recently, democracy in El Salvador, and I had a lot of people requesting that I make a version of it in Spanish, and I was considering it, but I was like, honestly, I don't think I'm well equipped enough with the vocabulary. Like, even though I grew up in Spain, it was my first language. Now, as an adult, I've lived in the U.S. for 15, 16 years almost, and my Spanish vocabulary is not where my English vocabulary is. And so I would have a lot of trouble speaking on the issues I speak on in a nuanced way and even an accurate way. You know what I mean? Like I'm a little bit hesitant to really start doing that because I could easily just fucking stick my foot in it. Yeah, polyester. I don't like that. I don't fucking like that. But I don't know. If I end up, I am trying to save up for a little escape route, in which case I would be going to, could I use a script translator? Yes, but there's like, can I resume it a little bit? Or can I, summarize it a bit? You can't find it? Try searching, like, my name, El Salvador. Let me see. Basically, it looks like this. That's the cover of it. And it says, "Still Democracy in El Salvador." It's from August 4th. Damn, that's not that long ago. It feels like fucking ages, man. So the basic thing is I'm talking about democracy. I mean, I talk about El Salvador, but what I'm talking about in reality is the drift of... I've been talking a lot about, in general, for a few months, how modern day authoritarianism looks a lot like democracy by design. I have a whole series on it now. And so I made this video about El Salvador, it's called "There's Still Democracy in El Salvador," and I just kind of go through it and I talk about the changes that Bukele has been making to the legislature, to parliament, to the judiciary, slowly consolidating power. And I just keep saying, like, but there's still democracy in El Salvador. Because on the surface, technically, there is still democracy in El Salvador. Like, many, many people would look at El Salvador and be like, oh, there's still democracy there. They do, you know? Even though Bukele has obviously called himself the cool dictator or whatever. Fun dictator. And so, yeah, and it was interesting, the reactions I got. I had... people from El Salvador, or, either there or with family there, or people who had fled El Salvador, etc., had very mixed reactions. A lot of people were outraged by this video because they were like, suddenly you care? You didn't care back when gangs were killing all our families, and da-da-da-da. Which is like, firstly, you don't know me. And then the other side was people being like, yeah, like I'm from El Salvador and I've been trying to warn people, like, yes, it seems great right now, but like these moves are scary and like the other shoe is going to drop eventually. Yeah, polyester. A lot of them were like, how dare you, talk about El Salvador? Like, Bukele's great. He fixed our country and stuff. And I'm like, that's fine. Like, I have so far successfully avoided like responding to some of those comments in the way that I sometimes want to, where I want to be like, I don't give a fuck what you do with your fucking country, which isn't true. Obviously, like, I don't believe in human rights abuses and stuff. And I just, which is part of what's going on. But part of me wants to be like, bro, you don't have to fucking convince me that your dude is amazing. Like that's not why I made this video. I don't care in that sense. You know what I mean? You know, you love him. That's great. That's great for you. I don't give a fuck if you love him. Cool. Good for you. You know? And, not switch to Bitcoin, but he has made investments in, cyber, whatchamacallit. Crypto. Oh, it's an official currency now? Damn. I did know that he's been putting a lot of fucking money into crypto, basically siphoning off a lot of money. Anyway, and what was funny was like a lot of people were like, talk about your own fucking country, America, like da-da-da. And I was just like, in that I responded to a couple of times where I was like, how the fuck do you not understand that this video, people who were like, how dare you talk about El Salvador? You should be talking about America. Oh, you want to talk about da-da-da, whatever, talk about America. Kind of ironically, both admitting like, whatever. And I was just like, what do you think? Yeah, this video is about El Salvador. But what do you think it's really about? Yeah. I'm not trying, like, the funny thing is, like, I'm not trying to tell any Salvadoran person how to feel about their country or that anything they have done or anything is wrong or right, whatever. Like, I have feelings on authoritarianism, period. And I'm not trying to convince the people of El Salvador of anything. The video is in English, you know what I mean? And even though I speak Spanish, that's not what, but I'm talking about, like, I don't know. It's just funny. It's just funny that some people were like, media literacy is just like at a fucking all-time low, whatever. Did a puff piece about it and how awesome it was. Yeah. You can buy citizenship for 1 million Bitcoin. Nice. Well, but it was a mix because some people really liked it. Some people asked me, like, this is amazing. Now can you make this video in Spanish so I can show it to my parents or to, you know, this family, that family, da-da-da. But I had one, it's funny, I got into one exchange where I literally made like a follow-up video because I was getting snarky. Sometimes you start getting pissed. That's my bad, you know, the bad side for me. Like, if I'm dealing with a troll, like, you know, it's easy for me to like not really get totally baited. You know, I can have fun with trolls. I can enjoy it. But when you have like when there's like a large amount, when you're getting like the same comments over and over again, and it's not really trolls, it's just like normal people having stupid takes, objectively stupid takes. I'm just kidding. Then that's what starts getting me, like, that's what baits me into being like, starting to respond and like being fucking snarky. You know what I mean? There's like a difference. A troll I can like laugh at, I can whatever. But whatever. Yeah, that too, right? Amen. And so I got into this exchange with this one woman who said something about like, and she was like just one of like 1,000 comments that said something the same. And she, you know, I just picked hers out because of the way she worded it, where she was like, you know, how dare you like use the word dictator and blah, 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 and whatever, you know? And I thought it was funny because she explicitly, the way she used it, she said like, you used the word dictator. And I very explicitly in my video never use that word. Not a single time. Not a single fucking time. The whole time I'm like, there's still democracy in El Salvador. And, you know, like, admittedly, yeah, I am saying there's still a democracy in El Salvador. The video is about authoritarianism, about modern day authoritarianism. Absolutely. It's also about America, you know, sort of. It's about authoritarianism in general, not just specifically El Salvador, and I'm speaking to Americans, all this stuff. Yes, it's not just the words on the page. But the fact that the way she worded it was like, you used the word El Salvador, or you used the word dictator, I was like, oh, you're my fucking, target on this one. And we like, I responded to her in comments, but I ended up making a video that was like, I don't use the word dictator a single fucking time in this video. And the fact that you saw my video where I literally just report the changes, like the things that Bukele has done, you can't literally, that's another thing that pisses me off. Everyone was like, misinformation. And it's like, not a single thing in that video is misinformation, because all I'm doing in the video is reporting the changes, the legislative changes that Bukele has made to the government, which you can pull up the fucking change. That is documented fact. That's not a matter of opinion. And like, he fucking talks about it. And just saying, but there's still democracy in El Salvador. That is the entire fucking process of the video. I talk about changes he has made within the government structure, and I keep saying, but there's still democracy in El Salvador. That's the entire structure of it. And people were like, misinformation, blah blah blah. And so for her, same thing. She's like, oh, you use the word dictator, blah blah blah. It's misinformation. And I was like, girl, the fact that I never used the word like a single time in my video, not a single time by design, but the fact that you hear me describe just basic fucking things he did, basic changes he made that you cannot fucking deny because it's like laws were changed, etc. And I'm saying there's still democracy in El Salvador. The fact that you came out of that video at the end of it thinking that I called him a dictator says more about how you understand the situation than it does what I said in my video. You know what I mean? I was like, ironically, like no one fucking called him that, or I didn't call him that. I literally just described what he did. And I said, still technically democracy. You heard dictator. So, and she just kept coming, whatever. And she kept insisting that, yes, I called him this, I called him that. And I like repeatedly was like, I never used that word either. I never fucking used that word either. And then some people were like, yeah, you may not have used the word, but we know what you were suggesting. And yeah, granted, I'm not going to say I wasn't suggesting that. Yes, thank you. That is a, rhetorical device, not rhetorical like question, but a rhetorical device, rhetoric in that sense. Thank you. I believe it was, put together very nicely as well. But if someone's explicitly going to make the claim that I used the word dictator, the way she worded it made her, put her on the fucking firing line. I was like, she explicitly made a false claim or multiple false claims. Whatever. I got really fucking annoyed. She ran straight into the point. Exactly. People who defend him get offended because that's what everyone... He called him... The funny thing is, I'd never called him a dictator. He called himself a dictator. And I didn't even include that in my video. Like, he's called himself a dictator. I have not. Yeah. Well, it's also, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got what you're saying, Moon Pie. Like, yeah, well, if I literally just read off, like, listed, like, the last 10 things that Trump did, that's it. Like, straight, just straight said it, not being like, can you believe it? Outraged. And MAGA was like, stop calling him a dictator when I never use that word. It's like, oh, so is that what you see? Is that what you hear? What I just point out? These like actions that have been taken that like you can't actually deny because they're not up for debate. Sounds like you're hearing and seeing what he's doing and thinking he's a dictator. It's like, whatever. To get mad at me for that is certainly a choice. Okay. The thing. Da-da-da. This is crazy that this video is doing this well. It does not make sense, in my opinion. The hit dog hollers, exactly. Well, it's not that they can get to the point, but they can't grasp it. Yes and no, Moon Pie. I think that they can grasp it. They just don't want to. Like it's denial. You know what I mean? They're in denial. It's very much like they don't want to believe that they live under an increasingly precarious authoritarian leader. You know what I mean? They don't want to fucking believe it. And I understand why, right? That's a scary fucking prospect. Life is so much fucking easier when you don't have to pay attention. Life is so much easier when you don't have to pay attention. You know? It just is. And you know when you have to pay attention? Well, not anymore, not in this modern day age, but you know, traditionally, historically, you had to pay more attention when you were in danger from your government. If you're not in danger from your government, it's a lot easier to not pay attention. And that's also why modern day authoritarianism is like a lot less, I don't want to say it's, you know, a lot more toothless. I don't want to say exactly toothless, but yeah, in a way, modern day authoritarianism often is more toothless. It's softer, right? It's not quite as overtly brutal. Not brutal completely, but like not overtly, not in the same way. And it's because it's a lot easier if you just get people. It's a lot easier to stay in power. It's a lot easier to like not have to deal with a bunch of drama and stuff. And it's a lot easier to not be at risk of being toppled and or seriously harmed if you can just get people to not pay close attention. So don't be that obvious about it. Don't be that crazy about it. Make sure that their lives are like not. Make sure that their lives are at least better than civil war. And most people will be like, you know, fucking what? I'm just going to live my life, you know? Because it's true, you know? Because a lot of people are like, why aren't we doing anything more? Da-da-da-da. Or like, protest is bullshit, blah, blah, blah. People need real action. And I'm like, listen, as someone who believes in protest, as like of all forms, peaceful protest, of all forms and whatnot. And I think different types have serve different causes. And I also understand the frustration where we're like, peacefully protesting is not gonna, you don't stop stormtroopers by like with a sit-in necessarily. Sure, yes. But maybe you can stop the funders of stormtroopers, you know, caveat. I get it, and I get the frustration and whatnot. But at the same time, I'm always first to say like, oh, okay, so what you want is civil war. Cool. If civil war, like I'll be the first to say like, I am showing up to the protests. I will do a lot of the fucking, you know, forms of resistance. I'm comfortable being arrested, all that stuff. But as soon as civil war breaks out, I'm out of here. Because I'm not going to survive a civil war. I have no interest in trying to survive a civil war. I will fight tooth and nail up until civil war. And then, you know, and I probably shouldn't be proud of that, but I'm going to be honest. I don't want to die. Most people are afraid of dying. You know what I mean? So... I don't know. There's a lot of accelerationism and stuff, and I'm like, let's exhaust all the other options, and let's also be honest. If we get to that point that some of y'all are fucking pushing for, from the comfort of your own home. Firstly, if that's what you're pushing for, go out and start it. You know how to start it. You could fucking start that right now. You could be the trigger. No, big talk from people in their basements. But if that's what you want to do, like, I'm out. Peace. Yeah, no, I understand that, Moon. And that's another thing too. And I want to acknowledge that. That's also why I'm like, because people are like, well, why aren't you leaving? I'm like, honestly, the fact that I can leave at the drop of a hat, at least compared to most Americans, is an immense amount of privilege. So that's why I'm like, I think it's part of my responsibility, or maybe not responsibility. It's not something I have to do. And I don't want to suggest that anyone has to do this if they're in a similar position, but it is part of my ability to stick around a lot longer than a lot of other people, a lot of other vulnerable people who will not be able to get out quite as easily. You know what I mean? If shit goes crazy here, I could probably, there's a good chance I could call up or show up to the Spanish embassy and be like, I'm a Spanish citizen, I need to get the fuck out. And they will help me figure out how to get the fuck out. You know what I mean? There's a very good chance of that. And most Americans don't have that. So that's why I'm like, I think it's, the best way, or one of the ways I can use my privilege in that sense, that part of my privilege, is by sticking around as long as possible and fighting as long as possible. But even if I couldn't escape, that's the thing. Even if I couldn't escape, I'm afraid of guns, and I'm afraid of dying. And so, like, my resistance will always be nonviolent. My resistance will always be nonviolent. And even nonviolent resistance obviously carries risk. And I'm not saying that, like, there are ways, there are physical forms of resistance, you know what I mean, that are still nonviolent. I've been part of blockades before, peaceful blockades. You get arrested, it's fine. I am not, if it breaks out into civil war, I'm not your god. I'm also a lousy shot. You don't want me on your side in civil war. Now, will I be helping as long as possible to help get people out, hide people? Sure. Probably shouldn't announce that on here, but if there are ways that I can help, I will be doing that. But you're not going to catch me on the fucking field. Like, I'm just going to be honest. And I think that's true for most people. I think that's true for most people, which is kind of the point I'm trying to make. I see, like, a lot of people are like, why isn't anyone doing anything more? Or like, this isn't enough. We have to fight. We have to physically fight. Like, the tyranny is here. What is 2A for? And it's like, everyone who's fucking saying that, I want to just be like, why aren't you fucking doing it? Like, stop trying to get other people to do something you're too scared to do yourself. Like, that's one of the most infuriating things I see coming from people. I see it in my comments all the fucking time. Why isn't anyone doing anything? Someone has to do this. Someone has to do that. You fucking do it then. Stop trying to get other people to escalate in way. Like, stop shitting on people and saying that they're not doing enough if they're not doing this thing that you're unwilling to do. You want to put people in danger that you're not willing to put yourself into. It's like, it's fucking bullshit. You know what I mean? It drives me nuts. It drives me fucking crazy. It's so irresponsible. And so that's really what I'm trying to say also. And the accelerationists also, I consider myself a leftist. I don't consider myself an accelerationist. Now, do I think that in order for very serious change to occur in the United States, it's probably not going to happen without a certain disillusion, Yeah, I think that's a good... I think that significant rapid-fire change is very difficult to achieve bloodlessly, let's say. Or at least with, we can't legislate our way into a new form of government. You know what I mean? That's probably a better way of saying it. I'm talking kind of separately. Where, there's like, I think the U.S. needs a parliamentary system, for example. I think this whole fucking system the U.S. has is fucking a mess. I think it needs parliament. I don't think it needs a Congress. I don't think it, parliament. But you're not, the U.S. isn't going to write itself The U.S. isn't going to write itself a new constitution without some serious shit going down. And it doesn't even need to be like civil war in that sense. You know what I mean? I recognize that. But at the same time, it just there's like accelerationists on the left who for some fucking reason think that leftism is going to be the phoenix that rises out of the ashes of that situation. And I just don't fucking see it. You know what I mean? I would love for that to be the case, but I just don't see the total dissolution, not dissolution, but dissolution of our government needing to be like built from scratch and having leftism being the triumphant, group in power, triumphant sort of dominant school of thought in that case. You know what I mean? That's just, if that ever happens, we're in way worse trouble. Like we're in way bigger risk, People don't seem to understand that when you in a basically like governmental vacuum in moments like that, that's when like really dangerous people tend to take hold. That's when shit falls apart, even if it's, look at Iran. There's a fucking reason I made a video about Iran, the Iranian Revolution. And I never did do a part 2 because that's another one where it was like, I had a lot of people that loved it and a lot of people that fucking hated it. And I got, whatever. I'm just yapping. Okay, let's look at these video topics. We've been trying to do this for 3 hours now. Okay. Okay, so I wanted to update the thing on the shoot to do the compilation. All right. Let's set the compilation aside. Curtis Yarvin thinks MAGA has overplayed its hand, leaving the country. I wanted to talk about that. Oh, the Stephen Miller on Fox clip talking about AOC after she made fun of him. That was more just for fun. I probably won't do that. Study that says we get more rigid with age. I was going to talk about how old people, turns out, actually are the problem. They get a lot more set in their ways and are a lot more rigid in their ideology and thinking and stuff. This new research that just dropped. I was thinking another Stephen Miller thing. I was going to make fun of the street fighting. There's just so much stuff in that longer video to like really mine. I wanted to talk also kind of coming from that clip because it's funny because I've been wanting to talk about this for a while and Boris Sanchez brings it up, kind of does it, a version of it in that clip. And I was like, yeah. So I've been wanting to make a video specifically about this for a while, saying like, we need more people on the left. We need more Democrats to be willing to make like hypothetical threats. It's a risky move, but we need more of them to be pushing this idea of like, oh, well, if Trump can do that, I guess Dems can do XYZ when they're in power. Huh? You know what I mean? So when Trump is like arguing like, oh, we can lock up Antifa or whatever, say like, oh, okay, so does that mean that the next Democratic president can lock up anyone with a MAGA hat? Like, start painting the fucking picture. These people don't give a shit about other people. They are selfish. They only ever give a shit about themselves. Like, fully, truly. Stop trying to... You need to, like, bootstrap empathy because the only person they're ever going to empathize with is themselves. And even with that, they struggle, right? There's, like, there's research that, if I'm not mistaken, don't quote me on this, but if I'm not mistaken, there's research that shows that if you're like your ability to empathize with other people also reflects in your ability to empathize like with yourself at different points in time. You know what I mean? So if you're bad at empathy, you have a hard time empathizing with future self and being like, oh, if I do this harmful thing now, I might fuck over future me. But oh, if I do this nice thing now, I might, make future me happy. So there's like, I don't know if it's like fucking frontal lobe shit that like the ability to understand consequences, but also through like an empathetic lens, whatever. Intelligence, but specific types of intelligence and whatnot. So thank you, Von Zoom. Yes, MAGA is the kid who ate the marshmallow. Exactly. Also, that was literally what I was like picturing when I was like, yeah. Because there's also, it's funny because like the delayed, but it's not a one-to-one, just to be clear, because there is like, neurodivergence also affects like impulse, people with like impulsivity or impulse control issues, which is a lot of neurodivergence, including like ADHD. There's like research that shows like, oh, they have a harder time empathizing with their future selves. But that doesn't mean that people with ADHD cannot empathize with other people. In fact, there's, I believe, pretty certain that like ADHD neurodivergence can actually show much higher rates of like, or much higher levels of empathy. So it's not like a one-to-one thing. However, they have trouble empathizing with their future selves in that sense. They accused Obama of everything Trump does. Yeah, and so that's part of the part of that too is like they're so backwards, like flip the whataboutism on them, and we've already seen like little snippets of it where Ted Cruz was like, I don't know, man, like if we do this shit, they're going to be able to do this. What if like a Democrat does this, blah, blah, blah. Like we've seen snippets of it. And, Boris Sanchez said something like, isn't this going to be like, so, if Democrats were to do this, wouldn't that be a fucking problem? And I just want more Democrats themselves. Like we need that to be not just on the outskirts. We need like politicians talking about that. Like have it be almost like, obviously don't threaten people. And there's like a fine line you have to ride there, right? Like, because you don't want to be like, oh, okay, fine. So I guess Democrats will do this, because then they'll like scream and be like, see, Democrats do this thing also. But you want to like, the reason they always look backwards is because they don't want people to realize the risks moving forward, right? They want to, like, instead of talking about Obama that hasn't been in office in fucking forever, 20 years at this point almost? 20 years? No. 10 years. 10 years. Instead of, like, focusing on Obama, has it been 10 years? Yeah. God. Feels like 20, right? I panicked. Yeah, me too. Well, because I was like, 20 years? Yeah, because when I came to America, he was president, which was like 16 years ago. So I was like, around 20 years. 10 years. It's been almost 10 years. Like, instead of focusing on that, they could be focusing, like, why are you fear-mongering about something that's in the past that everyone already survived? You see what I'm, like, why? That's what reveals it as revenge in a way. Why are you fear-mongering about something in the past that everyone survived and is no longer, like, these people are no longer in power? Obama can't do shit to you, which is, by the way, also why they push conspiracy theories about Obama secretly controlling everything, whatever. No, like, flip it around. Why aren't you having these people look forward? And the obvious answer is because then they're fucked. If these people, like, in any way look to the future, they're fucked. Because that's actually scarier, to basically be like, oh yeah, these things that Trump is doing now, fine. Well, what if a Democrat gets to do it? So what if a Democrat just declares that, like, red hats are a gang symbol and starts using Black Hawk, helicopters to rappel into your homes? What if? And like, you know, I think that there's a way of doing it. Yeah, right? Yeah. 10 years in post-truth America is the emotional equivalent of 20 normal years. They don't believe Democrats would. Yeah, but that's also like that's also the fucking hypocrisy or the irony or just the lack of critical thinking skills there, right? Where they simultaneously are claiming that Democrats did, while also secure in the knowledge that they wouldn't, you know? There's an inherent contradiction there. I mean, they're all just contradictions, but like, yeah, like they keep doing this whataboutism. So use the whatabout. They fucking love whataboutism. So use it against them. Flip it. Be like, okay, well, I guess if Democrats ever get back in power, like, you're saying that you're going to be cool with this? Is that what you're saying? You got to phrase it like a question. I don't know. Because they're also going to freak out. The thing is, like, no matter what you fucking do, they're going to freak the fuck out. And I keep daydreaming. I'm like, man, I would fucking run for office and I would be like, I'm not running for office. I would love to just be like my congressperson is Hakeem Jeffries. This is why I daydream about it. I fucking hate that dude. He's so not for the moment. And like, I keep daydreaming, like, I'm like, I want someone to primary him. If I were to primary him, I'm like, I know I would like ruin my life. But possibly also, I'm like, I would want to be like, hey, the people are not okay. Like, you got to run on revenge without running on revenge. That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? Can't be worse than Jeffries. Yeah. So like, how do you run on revenge without Jeffries is sold and bought? No, I know. Unfortunately, Jeffries is so fucking entrenched here. I want someone to fucking primary him. He's like fucking a little APAC bitch, but also like there would be so much money behind him. They would do everything in their power to fucking ruin me. And I'm sure they would dig into past and find, you know, some clip somewhere of something, you know, like my dog yelping and like get me accused of fucking using a shock collar on her. Some fucking crazy shit. I don't know. You know, I'm like, I know that the power and the machine that's behind that man is out for blood if anyone dares to fucking, not literally, but if anyone dares to like challenge their authority, like it's just, it would literally just fucking ruin my life. If I saw him play my vid, yeah, right? Be like, this woman had her clip played by Hassan Piker. The same week, he was caught shock collaring his dog. That's the other thing. I'm like, of course my clip, of course he used my clip the week those accusations are coming out. Cause I had a mutual that I really like that made a video about this. And I was like, girl, I was really fucking disappointed in that video, but I really like her otherwise. But like, you know, you know what's crazy about that clip? Like, I saw it through my mutual, and in the clip, I don't know if you guys have seen it. So I was watching the clip, and I didn't know what the anger was about yet, because she's like, oh, this is fucking, you know, something else, blah, 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 or I knew you were a scumbag, but I don't want to, like, give away, you know, what I'm talking about. But, and they play the clip, and I was watching the clip, having zero context other than like, oh, okay, we're mad at Hassan about something. And I watch it and I was like, and he, you know, he kind of yells at Kaya. And I was like, I felt a little bit like mea culpa because I was like, I I mean, you know, I won't scream at Rizzo, but you guys have heard me I've said exactly what he said to Kaya. I have said to Rizzo when she's like whining and stuff. Like I have had that exact interaction on my live before. Maybe that's why I was also like, that's why I'm like spooked by it. Cause I'm like, this is wild work. But I was watching the clip and he said that thing like, Jesus Christ, Kaya, like what? Like, you know, what do you want? Something like that. And I was like, oh, I say that, you know, I've had that moment before. And I'm sure some people think I'm a horrible person for saying that to my dog. And I watched Kaya and she like she steps back onto her bed and like, to me, what it looked like immediately, like just watching the video, I was like, oh, like her paw, she got like her paw she kind of stepped on it like weird, like right in the frame and stuff, but also like whatever. And she like yelps. And as I'm watching this video, that's what I see. I watch this video. I don't know what I'm supposed to be watching for. I see her, oh, she hurt her foot on the bed, you know, whatever. And I was like, but I guess it's bad that he yelled at Kaya, I guess. But also, and he called her like a baby. I've had that interaction. I've had that exact interaction with my dog. And then this person starts talking and they're like using a shock collar. And I was like, what? Like, what? And I was like, that's what, okay, what? Like, and I went back and I rewatched it a few times. Like, the reason I described my immediate sort of experience of watching that video is because I didn't know what I was looking for. I didn't know, like when I say, oh no, she fucked up her paw, like she got something pinched and stuff clearly. Like, I'm not saying that because someone told me that or because I was scanning the footage to look for an excuse. Like, that is literally just watching the footage. That is immediately what I noticed. That upon watching that footage, I was like, oh, Kaya, like, oh, she pinched herself, she yelped, whatever. And no one pointed me in that. I wasn't like looking for an excuse or an explanation. That is exactly just like what the footage shows. And then to hear this other sort of claim was like the most dystopian fucking thing where I was like, okay, I have to, you know. And I guess it's because so the explanation is that he reached off screen. And it's funny because right around the time I saw this video, I was editing the Stephen Miller, like the longer one. And like in that footage, I reach off screen a couple of times to my mouse. And I literally, like within 5 minutes of watching that video, I had literally just watched myself do that fucking thing. Or maybe I was like exporting the video. I might have been like scrolling while I was exporting the videos. So like literally like within like my memory of it is like I saw myself do this and like seconds later I saw him do that thing and it was like very close together. I think it was around the time I was like exporting this video. And that's why, and I was like, bro, like I've had that interaction with my dog where like she'll be whining at me, she'll be begging for treats and stuff, especially after Philippe fucking like, you know, spoils her rotten and stuff. She'll be whining and I'll be like, what do you want? Like I'll ask her if she wants to go out. I'll ask her, you know, she's got food, whatever. I ask her if she wants to come up. Nothing. She's just sitting there kind of like whining at me. And I'm like, I don't fucking know what you want. And like, I'm trying to, whatever. And so, and she's also like yelped randomly. Like she's an old dog. You know, she will sometimes I'll know what happened, right? Sometimes I'll know that she like got, you know, pinched something or like, I don't know, whatever. Sometimes like her hair will get caught in something and as she's like moving past it, you know, and she'll walk and it'll like pull out like a little, you know, they're dogs. But sometimes she'll literally just be like, she'll be fine. And if you're like holding her, she'll just like, this is rare, but like this happened the other day where I was holding her and she was trying to like go to Philippe because she wanted treats from Philippe. And I was just like holding her and she was like, fine. And she like yelped, didn't squeeze her, didn't do anything. But it was like literally because she like was like panicking that Philippe was like walking away from her. You know what I mean? Fucking dogs are fucking, you know, whatever. He's reaching for his in. Yeah. Like, and so it just, Yeah, it's just it's so bizarre to me, and all the comments being like, "Oh, that's definitely a shock collar. I'm a dog trainer, and that's absolutely a shock collar." And I'm like, "We are fucking cooked." And then I was like trying to find. I was like, "Okay, there has to be more evidence of this for people to be like, no, 100%, that's a shock collar." I was like, there has to be some other clip or whatever, because someone was like, "Oh yeah. There's this clip where the collar was too tight." And it's because like shock collars have to be worn tight. And so I found that clip, and it was like one of the women from that podcast that I really like, I forget what the name is, you know, was like, oh, holding Kaya, cuddling her. And she was like, I think her collar's too tight. You have to have 2 fingers. And he kind of was like, oh yeah, well that's, and then he just says like, you know, she's got like a lot here, whatever. And like, I've had that conversation also, because with Rizzo, she barely wears a collar now. She used to wear one all the time. Now she mostly like wears the harness, but her collar, like she goes up and down in weight just like naturally. She always has food, or almost always has food. She's a grazer, you know, so she basically like free eats. She doesn't have set meal times. I don't like set her like diet or anything. I don't measure out her food. No, I just fill her bowl when I see it's empty, and she eats when she's hungry and stuff. So sometimes she'll be eating less because she's holding out for like more treats and human food, and sometimes she'll be eating more. And so she fluctuates, and like, you know, a collar that'll fit perfectly one week, like a week and a half later, I would sometimes notice like, oh, it's a little tighter, so I have to loosen it a little bit. And then a couple weeks after that, I'd be like, oh, now it's too loose, I gotta tighten it. So like, I don't know. It's like, that was the evidence. And then the other piece of evidence was like, someone said, oh, like in the footage, if you zoom in, there's like a little light that goes off. And I don't know what this is, but I have friends immediately, without the context of this claim of a shock collar, immediately when I saw that, I was like, oh, that's what Dorian used to have. So that's my friend's greyhound, who passed away now. But let's see if I can find it. He used to have a collar with like that exact thing. Obviously, it's like a little blurry, so you can't see it. And it's like it's a GPS thing. And it's like, because an AirTag, my dog has an AirTag, but an AirTag is like kind of limited, right? Where it's like you're relying on it pinging off of like phones and shit and whatever. That's the evidence. So, you know, I don't know. And I can't assert, I don't know what that thing was, but as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, that's what Dorian had. And then I realized they were claiming that was the shock collar. I don't know what shock collars look like, to be fair. Maybe I should look that up, but no, Ozzo, because no, you're not supposed to use a shock collar, Ozzo. Someone claimed that, certain people are claiming that Hassan Piker uses a shock collar on his dog, and that he shocked her for standing up during his stream, with zero evidence other than the fact that she was getting up, and he was like getting annoyed with her, where he was like, what do you want? And I'm going to say my assumption on that, by the way, is that she was whining for a while, because people were like, oh my God, he was so mad that she stood up. No, I'm pretty sure she was whining. He uses a mic, and you can't always hear like the whining and stuff. I've literally had to explain, and I don't have a very fancy mic. I've literally, when Rizzo has been like whining at me, I have had this is why I'm like so hyper focused on it, because I'm like, this could so easily have been me, you know, where I've had to be like, oh, Rizzo, you probably can't hear, but Rizzo's here, like she's whining, because the mic doesn't always pick it up by design, you know what I mean? And so people have been like, he was so mad at her for standing up in her bed. And it's like, no, he doesn't seem to be annoyed. Like the way he's talking to her, it seems like she's been whining for a while. And then she yelps, and he like turns around, and he's like, you know, to see what happened, but she's laying down already. And he's like, you're being such a baby. And I was like, this is like I don't fucking know. Well, the point is, also, they want to go after Hassan. You know, there's certain people who just want Hassan canceled. And I'm not saying you can't criticize him. The guy's not perfect. You know what I mean? Fucking criticize him all you want. It's just, like, weird to go after him with such an obviously, like, at least unsubstantiated claim. And I'm saying that to be tempered rather than saying fabricated, but it does feel pretty fabricated to me. You're just bought a shock color, you turn it up to 10, you use it on your hand, it was not people. Yeah, that's also, I've heard that it's more about the surprise. Most people, like, I've heard people say, like, oh, you, like, some people, like, in the comments were like, oh, well, you can use it, but, like, just on, like, vibrate, you know, just because it, like, surprises them a little bit. And some people, what's funny is, like, there were people in the comments being like, well, I've used a shock collar, you know, but only very rarely on the lowest setting, and definitely not because the dog was just standing up. You know what I mean? Like, so everyone's just, like, had to adjust the goalposts to their own set of beliefs. Like, that's how fucking crazy this is, you know? Because, like, whatever. It's crazy, dude. It is wild work. It is wild work. Yeah. What was I looking up? Oh, I was gonna try to find. Anyway, this, like, part of me has been like, this could so easily be me. This could so fucking easily be me, because you guys have seen Riz. I'm sure you've heard her, like, yelp before. You've seen me talk to her when she's, like, whining, and being crazy. Like, now she's an old girl, so it's like whatever, but I'm trying to find a photo of Dee Dee with this collar thing on. Yeah. So you can see kind of here. This is my friend's greyhound. He had this collar, and I think they had, like, 2 different ones at different points. Like that. And it's like this big kind of bulky thing. I feel like he had a bigger one than this at one point too. And it's a GPS thing. And it's the reason you can do an Apple AirTag, but that is limited. My friends, by the way, the people who owns this dog, who has now sadly passed, are also in LA. And the thing with greyhounds will take off, you know, if they take off, they will run faster than you can fucking imagine for, like, not that long, but they can get very far, right? And in LA, like, especially where they were, you know, they were in Los Feliz, but if he ran in the wrong direction, he could easily end up somewhere, like, without enough coverage or, like, phones nearby for the AirTag to ping off of reliably. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of trails around there, and even, you know, whatever. So it made sense. So they literally paid, like, a monthly subscription fee to this fucking, it's like a phone, it's like a SIM card that lives in this collar, and it's a bulky fucking collar because it has to have the battery and it has to, you know, it's like pinging off fucking cell towers, literally, to get GPS. And so when people were like, look, there's a light flashing on this collar and it's bulky, that was my immediate thought. I don't know if that's what that was. I cannot assert that, but I think, I mean, that's just as possible, if not more so, than a fucking shock collar. I don't know. Yeah, the mesh network isn't the same as true GPS. Exactly. Yeah. And I was thinking about that polyester. That was like, it was like flashing through my head when she was like demanding to go outside. And I was like, no. I was like, shit, someone's going to clip this. Someone's going to claim something crazy. It's just wild. People are fucking. It's crazy. I just don't know who like originated that. You know what I mean? Like, if that's what you're told to see, you know how there's certain things where it's like, if you're told to see it, if you're primed to see it, you're more likely to see it, right? And that's also why I included the description of like, when I watched this video, not knowing what I was looking for, what I saw was a dog that stepped on something weird and yelped, and oh, it's okay. I guess it's not great that he yelled at her. I guess I've also, I mean, he barely yelled at her, but I've spoken to my dog that way before. I know it's not good, but like, yeah, when she's been whining for a really long time and I don't know what she wants, I'll be like, what, stop being such a fucking baby, I literally say that. Or brat. I will call her a brat, and sometimes I will call her a bitch. Sorry. But when you're primed to see something, like, you're more likely to see it. But I'm like, who first saw that? I think, like, whoever first fucking saw that, like, who drew that conclusion? It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. The point being, I can be more forgiving of someone who is told, look, this is footage of someone using a shock collar on a dog, especially when it's paired with this claim that is, I looked into, couldn't find, that like, oh, he like confirmed on another thing that there's a shock collar. We know that he uses a shock collar. Zero fucking evidence of this. If you're told, oh, we know that he uses a shock collar, and look at him reaching for the remote, like, this is what this is footage of. I can see some people being like, oh, okay, and like believing it without any fucking moment of critical thought. Just because some people are fucking intellectually lazy. I could see that happening more readily than someone watching that footage and being like, oh my God, of course. Use the shock collar. I just don't fucking get it. It's so crazy. Sorry. Okay, I've been talking about this for too long. Thank you. Nice ads. All right. In a world, man. In a world. And that's the worst part of, like, media nowadays. Not the misinformation, but the way it trains people not to think critically. Misinformation would be fine, at least manageable, if people were being taught and encouraged through their behavioral patterns, to think critically. It would be a lot more manageable. But no, that's like, the trick is to discourage that as much as possible. My video was number 2 in the States? What? Look. My video on YouTube was, I don't know if you can read that. My video was number 2 in the United States. What the fuck does that mean? How is that possible? I didn't get that many views. Impressions. What? Someone shared it on Facebook? That's fucking what? Discord, Reddit. Who shared it on Facebook? God. People are monetizing my shit left and right, and it's gotten 91,000 views, 91,814 views since it was published. That's not, how the fuck is that number 2 in the United States? That's dumb. That's not true. I mean, am I crazy? Oh, thank you. No, this was about neither. This was a thing where I found the missing alligator Alcatraz detainees. It's a new feature. Yeah, that's the most amount of views that any video on YouTube has gotten. But that's interesting. Gender, 60% male. Most of my metrics are like 60% female, at least, which I like. Revenue. You want to know how much the number 2 video in the United States makes? $172.55. You get X points to hype a vid and it ranks them per country. Oh, did someone hype it or something? Yeah, ka-ching. Wow. It's bleak, man. It's fucking bleak. If that's what the number 2 video in America, that's you. We're in trouble. You did? You hyped my video or something? Hype. 3 million hype points. 2.5K hypes. The fuck? Hype points. This explains nothing. This explains nothing. It says hype points. Is it too bright? Sorry. I can't see that. Let me dim this down. There you go. 3 million hype points, 2.5K hypes. And then you tap that, and this is... Bro. Why did it... And this is all it shows you. No explanation. It doesn't tell you how to get hype points, what hype points are, what they do, what they're for. How do you get hype points? What? Hyping videos eligibility. For the first 7 days after you've published a video, viewers will see the option to hype. When a video is hyped, points are immediately applied to the video. Cat Cunning invited me to something. Okay. When a video is hyped, the points are immediately applied to the video. Empower your fans. With hype, viewers can rally around your latest upload and let everyone know it's worth watching. Videos with the most hype points each week appear on a country-specific leaderboard that's ranked by top hyped videos from the viewers in that country. Watch fans help grow your channel. Along with the top hyped videos being featured, blah, 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 blah. You might see a special hyped badge for the first 7 days. Your viewers can hype a limited number of times at no cost for a specific video that has been published in the last 7 days. Okay, so it's free for the most part. It then asks you to hype it instead of comment. Oh. Oh, you can only do it 3 times a week. Oh, interesting. The one about the, where I located the missing alligator Alcatraz detainees. Thank you, AJ. I feel like I should eat. Well, thanks for hyping it. facts are we talking about today? We were just talking about misinformation. Okay, more videos that I was video ideas. So I was just talking about the Dems. We need Dems kind of like threatening that stuff. Like instead of looking backwards, looking forwards. Police surveil a woman who got an abortion. Did you guys see the story? 404 Media. Fucking creepy. Oh, the Pam Bondi question about the Trump photos. That one might be an easier one. I don't want to become someone who just does like reaction videos. But like, did you guys see that? She's like asked, were there, we've been told or something, it's been suggested that there were photos among the Epstein documents. There were photos of Trump with half naked, women. I'm going to get bananaed. Is that true? Are those images in there? And she's like, I cannot believe that you, She doesn't. It's not a no. She doesn't say no. And I was thinking I could do a very silly video about, yeah. So you saw it. That's the thing. It's not like new. Oh, another Stephen Miller thing from that video. This comes from a comment. It was such a good point. I was like, oh. So in his like bullshit marathon, at one point he was like, oh, like his whole thing was like, the reason we need to basically send in the National Guard is because in blue states, people are like basically mad about ICE being there. He's making a bunch of false claims, right? Saying like, oh, people are protesting, people are attacking them. Street fighting! Our ICE agents are street fighting every day. Just do 3 reactions to news in a video censorship. Yeah, I know. I just don't want to like, that's not what I want to fucking be or do. And so at one point he says like, oh, yeah, if ICE goes into a sleepy little town or a small town in Texas, like, what do you think is going to happen? Are they going to get attacked? Are they going to get threatened? Are they going to get shot in the face? Literally, he says like shot in the face, basically arguing like, no, if they go to a small town in MAGA country, they'll be fine. And someone in my comments was like, God, I forget how they worded it, but it was so funny where they were like, oh yeah, like, I can't think of a time, or maybe they worded it, when I reread it, they worded it less like a joke, and it was like, whatever. But they were like, I can't think of a time when federal agents descended on a small town in Texas and didn't get shot at. I was like, oh shit, that's actually a really good fucking point, dude. Like, we're talking about like Waco fucking Waco worshippers. Like he literally made that like, it's not fucking funny when you realize it. Like, oh yeah, Wacoers. But also like Bundyville, you know what I mean? That might be, maybe that's worth like a deeper dive where I can find like a bunch of examples of that, of like, because that is such a good fucking point. That is such a good point. Right? Yeah, that would be a good one, right? Those ranger dudes. Yeah, Bundyville. I've got some like gnats that fly around. That's so annoying. That's a good one, right? Yeah. But I gotta find a few because I feel like, thank you. Yeah, Nelly. Remember, Obama attacked water protectors. What? What is that a reference to? Oh, God. Let's see. What else? Oh, another one that I wanted to. This one's a little bit gonna be a little bit more of a surprise. Maybe. Whatever. I'll tell you. Who cares? So Trump, it just came out recently. Like the FBI, has apparently been instructed to like dig up everything they can to look through produce all the Amelia Earhart FBI files, like super randomly. And so I like looked into it a little bit, and it was like, so they'd been instructed to do this last Tuesday. So today's what, Wednesday? What day is it today? And yeah. And then this article was like, also, but this isn't the first, like about a month ago, Trump said, I think it was a month ago, I don't know. Trump posted about Amelia Earhart on Truth Social. And I was like, I don't know if you guys have seen my favorite videos that I've ever made, maybe one of my favorite videos that I've ever made is, I don't want to spoil it. Okay, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to spoil it, but I don't know. I'm going to do some research. I'm going to look into it. One of my favorite videos that I ever made is currently pinned. It's the whiteboard video where I tracked Trump's like Truth Social posting and his like calendar and travel and stuff for a day, and I figured out what time he was watching TV and what channel he was watching, what show he was watching, what Fox News show specifically he was watching, and that at the exact same time, 11 a.m. on a Sunday on a local Fox affiliate, like where he was, Alcatraz, Escape from Alcatraz has started playing. And like later that evening, that's when he tweeted about bringing back Alcatraz and tariffing Hollywood, whatever. So I mapped out all the hours, and I was like, oh, this is, whatever. That was one of my favorite fucking things. So I want to look into this Amelia Earhart Truth Social post, and I want to look at his calendar that day. I want to look at and I don't know, maybe there's nothing there that I'm going to find, it's like, there's very possible that I'm not going to find anything, but I am curious to see what was on TV that day. Yeah, exactly. But I got to figure out where he was and stuff. And got the med between. You thought you heard something about his motivation? What did you hear? Anyway, I thought if I can track something down there, that I thought that would be another like a fun video to make. But obviously I don't peddle in misinformation. So I'm not gonna make a video like that if I can't find anything. But yeah, that would be super fun, right? Okay, Simon. Ay. Yeah, I feel you. It's spooky. What else? We're going through this whole list of videos that I was like, I'm going to make all these videos today. So you see what I mean. The Stingray checker thing, Ray thing. So I spot vehicles with the ability to basically stingrays. You know what stingrays are? Thank you. I love my whiteboard. I got that wheelie stand specifically for my whiteboard videos. And I haven't had that many occasions to use it since I got it. I guess time, I don't know. I just realizing that the El Salvador video was like literally 2 months ago. It feels like fucking 6 months old. It's crazy. Oh my God. The fucking Iranian Revolution one is like only 6 months old. Yeah, pre-installed Stingray cars. No, so Stingrays are basically like fake cell phone towers that law enforcement use that your phone connects to and uses like a normal cell phone tower. But because it's going through that, basically all your traffic is routed through this surveillance tool for police, even though it's been declared like unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, if I'm not mistaken, in at least one, because it's unlawful search and seizure without a warrant. But cops still use them. NYPD uses them at protests and whatnot. And there is this company that has an app, I believe, that lets you check, like, if you connect it to any stinger. I haven't used it, so I don't know exactly how it works, but I thought I could maybe. They got them and put them on a fucking drone. Yeah, of course they did. The ICE in your area are literally driving in rental cars. We gotta bring back, like, encouraging businesses to refuse service for ideological fucking reasons. You know what I mean? They pulled all that shit with, like, the bakery owner. They codified the right to basically discriminate like that based on ideology and shit. We gotta start. That's an idea. That was another video I was thinking of doing. I didn't write it down, but just saying, like, hey, like, something you can do super locally if you've got, you know, ICE in town and stuff like that. Speak to your businesses. And obviously, like, not every business is going to feel safe in doing this, obviously. So this is something that you kind of have to do more, like, this requires, like, community support and stuff. But, you know, see if you can speak to local business owners about refusing ICE service, you know, coffee shops, restaurants, and whatnot. They might not feel safe doing that. Totally understandable. But, you know. Yeah, David. Oh yeah, U-Haul. So anyway, those were all the ideas that I jotted down. And that was before I took a look at any fucking news today, which I haven't looked at. You're using an airline? Yeah, reach out to, that's like one of the best things you can do, you know, reach out to businesses, ask them not to do business with them. Like, I could even get behind, I think it would be cool for, like, to speak locally to communities. Like, I know, you know, ACAB and all that, for sure. But I think one of the best bets anyone we're going to have is if, like, local police are pitted more against ICE than, like, working with them as a team. You know what I mean? If ICE is going to break state laws and shit, local police should be going after that. Whatever. Local police should be protecting protesters from them, stuff like that. So it would be cool to, like, speak, like, one idea is speaking to, like, you know, local businesses and being like, hey, how would you feel about, you know, openly being welcoming to cops, but not ICE? You know what I mean? Because obviously it's very scary for a lot of businesses will give cops, like, a free coffee, blah, 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 because they are the biggest gang in America. But, you know, having some sort of thing of, like, obviously it's very scary to piss off law enforcement and whatnot, but maybe you can be nice to the local law enforcement and explicitly deny service to ICE, you know? I don't know, it's just an idea. But I know some people are going to be like, no. ACAB. Which is true, yes. But also, let's think strategically here. Divide and conquer. Yeah, yes. Most ICE are probably law enforcement rejects. Yes, I believe so too. Play favorites and try to get the locals more on your side. Make them feel more on your side than their side. They should be on your side because, you know. Yeah. Look at what those bastards got Steve Irwin. Sorry, essay. I missed that. Where did my multi-chat go? Sorry, I've been missing. Sorry, guys. Police won't do what? Police are already. I mean, police are getting like fucking tear gassed by ICE. And in some cities, like part of the contention right now is like they're refusing to be back up to ICE, which is a start. It's not the same as standing up to ICE, but they're refusing to be back up to ICE. And that's a fucking start. That is a start. Did you guys see that the National Guard guy, I forget what state, he came out. This is another thing that I was like, maybe I'll make a video on this. He said that if he was sent into the States, he would be going in to protect the protesters. Now that's a National Guardsman. Yeah. That's the kind of shit we need to encourage, you know? I mean, you know, trust me, I get it. I don't trust cops. I don't trust military either. Sorry. You know, most serial killers are either law enforcement or military or rejects from both of those. Or either one of those. Like, literally, you can go through the list of serial killers in the United States. They're almost all either cop or military or both or wannabes of one of those things. And those are just the ones that we've caught and identified. So, yeah, exactly. Polyester. So those are all the videos that I wanted to make, and I have made 0. President Trump said that Israel and Hamas reached an agreement for a hostage release and for a pullback of Israeli troops. Yeah, fucking right. Yeah, fucking right. We'll see about that, buddy. $150 million donor is a buff. Okay. So maybe that's what it is. No, well, because he originally Truth Socialed it like earlier than that, if I'm not mistaken. It was like 2 weeks ago, I think. He Truth Socialed it. It was like September or something. September, maybe it might have been September 24th or something like that. Might have been earlier than that, but and then last week was when the FBI was ordered to like look into more. So they've been looking through all the files for about a week. So, I mean, Trump announces frog willing to give Scorpion. Yeah, right? Yes, well done. Let's see. Oh. New photo of Amelia Earhart debunked. I just looked up Amelia Earhart photo. 6 days. Aerial footage from 1938. New York Post. Yikes. Published October 7th. Is this what you're talking about? aerial photos. I thought they like found it most likely. Yeah, I thought they fucking found her. Like last year. Really? You couldn't join from Canada? You just saw a CBS Philly story on it. Oh, okay. I want to see, what were the circumstances of them discovering this? Last month, said he would declassify and release government records. Okay, so last month, I don't know. I think this is after his announcement, but we'll see. We'll see. A sound started playing loudly over the TikTok. There's a weird glitch with TikTok that happens nowadays. It happens more and more these days. I get that all the time, to be honest, where like the audio from two, and in my experience, I think it has something to do with like live streams. It might be because I'm live, but I find it's like an issue with like live streams in the feed. At least that's what it seems like to me is the pattern. But that happens to me all the time, where I'll have like the audio, secondary audio, like playing over something. But it's not always a live stream audio. Sometimes it's like another video's audio, but I don't fucking know. Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, no, I think I know. You get that too, yeah. That's happened to me for a while. Recently, it started happening more. Right. Oh, look. Speak of the devil. Jeffries.
Let me ask you a question. For years, you always lectured about how we need to keep the government open. You're making a show of this to make yourself relevant. It's sad. You could easily sign on to this. You're embarrassing yourself right now. You're chasing clout. You're an embarrassment. You could sign on to the bill. Let me ask you a question. You have 4 Democrats on here. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. It's a clean extension for 1 year.
Just
you voted for the one big ugly vote, correct? I voted for a tax cut bill that gave the largest tax cut to Americans in history, including, by the way, the average New Yorker getting
Hakeem Jeffries needs to learn how to speak over him.
You want to cut the standard deduction in the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. You voted for that. Fraud and abuse, by the way. You voted Tom DiNapoli, the Democratic controller of New York. Let me ask you a question.
Stop saying that, dude. Just fucking say it. This is Hakeem Jeffries talking to someone.
You're not going to talk to me and talk over me because you don't want to hear what I have to say. Oh, I'm listening. So why don't you just keep your mouth shut?
Just fucking say it, Hakeem. How, oh my God. Someone needs to re-media train these guys. Someone needs to re-media train these fucking old-ass Democrats. Traditional media training does not work anymore. It is not applicable. Media has changed. Media has changed. You need to like learn. He needs to, instead of just say, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. He's not going to give you permission to ask him a question. He's not going to let you get a word in edgewise. He's not going to let you. Stop asking for fucking permission, dude. Stop waiting for a break. That is not the name of the game anymore. It's not the name of the game anymore. You need to be speaking over him loudly and clearly. Like you need to, he's not, and like you need to do what he's doing, which is never let him get a word in edgewise. And I know it's cacophony and it's fucking pointless and everyone's just speaking past each other. But as he knows, he literally says it from the beginning, you're just like clout chasing. You're just, you're just clout chasing. You're just trying to like make a you know, some commotion. I don't know what he says, but basically he calls him out being like, oh yeah, you're just trying to like, this is performative, right? So you know it's performative, so fucking perform. Fucking perform, dude. Like, do the same thing he's doing. Use the moment. Don't, or at the very least, don't let him use that moment. Challenge it. Instead of repeating, let me ask you a question, because he can use any clip of that he wants, where he is saying what he wants to say, and he will be louder in his version of it. And all it's going to show you is saying, let me ask you a question, let me ask you a question, let me ask you a question. Completely not challenging what he's saying. He's going to be able to cut that, whatever. Like, fucking update your methods. Understand, yes, he's there to clip farm. He is there to clip farm. So you clip farm right the fuck back, dude. Like, properly. I know that Hakeem Jeffries was trying to do that, but he was kind of failing. I mean, whatever. He got a little something out of it, but... I mean, you know, good, at least something, but like, you know, someone needs to fucking media train them. Maybe that's the video I'll make. Exactly. Whoever that was just made a fundraising video out of that. Yeah. Okay. I gotta make a video or 2 or 3. I might try to make a bunch of really short ones. What do you think? If I post a bunch of videos in rapid succession tonight, will you guys still watch them? Who fucking knows? I just want to talk about all these things. They taught this in high school debate class. Well, no, in high school debate class, they were like, they taught you to fucking take turns and like make a point, make a salient point, and then wait for the fucking rebuttal and da-da-da-da, and, you know, the challenge to this and that. You know, high school debate club had structure. It promised structure to rhetoric, but that's changed. And now the structure is no longer in the rhetoric itself exactly. I mean, there's fine, never mind. There's structure to the rhetoric, but the structure now has a different audience in mind, right? The structure before the debate, you were engaging with the person right in front of you. I mean, this is fucking Charlie Kirk 101, right? Like, it used to be that when you were debating, yes, there was an audience, but the person you were like speaking for and to communicate to was your debate, whoever was, you know, you were debating against. Now that is secondary. That is a device used for your real, the real like target of your communication, which is the fucking audience. Let me ask you a question. What do you think he's going to say? Okay, go right ahead, sir. And I'll answer that in good faith. That's the video I'm going to make. Because that's a quick one. I'm going to make the same jokes you just saw here, so sorry, it probably won't be very exciting for you guys, but I got to download this video somehow. Oh, no. I just fucking lost that. This guy posted it. Okay. Who's he speaking to? Who is he talking to? Where do I find this clip? I hate when people put their own fucking logo over a clip that they clearly didn't, when they didn't originate the clip. Like, you know what I mean? Hakeem. Who is he talking to? Keep your mouth shut. Newsweek. Lawler. It was Lawler. I mean, this is a perfect example. Just this ABC article. Where's this fucking clip, dude? No, the Fox News. Can anyone help me find the full video? I guess I'm finding different versions of it, but I don't like these as much. I saw the vertical video. Here. This has the Hills branding on it. Fuck the Hill.
You did with the IRA. Boy, that really.
Okay. I guess I'll just screen record this one.
We got a 1-year extension. Why don't we sign on right now? Why don't we sign on right now? We got a 1-year extension. Why don't we sign on right now? Why don't we sign on right now? From your boss? Why don't we sign on right now? Did your boss Donald Trump easily extend the ACA right now? He's not my boss. Yes, he is. No, he's not. And by the way, why did you vote to
I'm gonna put my phone elsewhere. So, can you? I don't have your email. Are you on do you have Discord?
to Americans in history, including, by the way, the average New Yorker getting a $4,000 tax cut. Are you okay with that? You're embarrassing yourself. Do you want to cut the standard deduction in half? Is that what you want to do? Medicaid in American
I mean, you can try DMing me. The thing is, I miss a lot of DMs because I get a lot of them and I don't check them because they stress me out.
Listen, you're not gonna talk to me. You're not gonna talk to me and talk over me because you don't want to hear what I have to say. Oh, I'm listening. So why don't you just keep your mouth shut? Because you showed up.
I'm gonna move this.
Fuck.
You had Discord. Yay! I think. in my link tree, it should open up. But sometimes you have to like, I don't think you can open it like when you tap on those links on TikTok. I think it tries to open them in TikTok. So you might have to be like open in browser or something like that. You know what I mean? But there's a Discord, my Discord. No one's on it, but. I have done that before, essay, you guys can see the chat, but wild idea, hear me out. You stream the creation process, no chat, double dip. Wait, when did you say that? Did you say that a while ago? Oops, sorry. It's weird. Got like, oh, here. I could, but also it complicates things because I can't actually do the whole thing. Well, it depends on how. I would have to like stop anyway, and I would have to go live on my phone so that I could use my camera to film. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I've done it before. I don't know. I haven't done it. I haven't really done filming while live. I've done it maybe once. The problem is I sometimes, maybe less for this one, I will say that the thing about the reaction videos is that they're a lot fucking easier to do. It's quick. That is quick. Quick work. For most of my videos, I'm too embarrassed because I do multiple takes and I'm like trying to speak quicker in every take. Sometimes I do so many takes, just like I just repeat the same sentence over a million times because I'm trying to say it as quickly as possible or whatever. And I'm trying to be precise with my language, and you need to get me more gear. Yeah. But okay. That's the draw. What? Yeah, the precision. Well, the other thing is too, like you want to be careful, right? Like, I mean, I'm sure I'd be embarrassed and whatnot, but I also like, I don't know, like sometimes I change the way I word things as I'm filming it. I realize like, oh, that's not like really the best way to say it. You never know, like. Because I don't really write scripts or anything, so I'm figuring it out as I go along for the most part. Sometimes I'll jot down like notes and ideas that I want to like hit. Very rarely do I have like an actual like full, like, I mean, I've never had a full script, but like very rarely will I have a very detailed like full thing. I'll usually have, if anything, a bunch of stream of consciousness notes, if anything, at most, but rarely. And maybe then I'll go through and I'll do like an outline. I'll be like, okay, I want to hit it in this kind of order and structure. But for the most part, that's rare. That's more just for the longer videos. For the most part, I come up with it like on the fly. I think about a little bit like, what are the points I want to hit? You know, how do I want to structure this? And I'll usually like, if there's jokes, I'll come up with a couple of jokes in my head, but mostly I'm like coming up with it as I film. And then maybe I'll try a joke and, oh, it's not working. So I'll say it a few different ways. And then I'll edit. And then as I'm editing, what happens a lot, sometimes I'll think of a joke as I'm editing. And so I'll refilm that and then I'll pop that in, you know, stuff like that. But yeah, there's just like, yeah. Third Amendment coming in clutch. We won't even let ICE use the bathrooms. We were just talking about something like that, kind of. But thanks for the follow. Let me stop this recording. It's still recording. Getting to see it happen. I think I'm too, like, I think I want to worry less about being watched, perceived while I'm doing it. You know what I mean? I want, like, the freedom to fuck up as I'm doing it. But yeah, I mean, when I went live, when I used to go live, yeah, if you're able to, polyester. Thank you, SA. I don't get paid on lives, though, really. I don't make much money. On this live, I have made 3 cents. So, that's nice. At least I think that's what it says here. Oh, no, 83 cents. The reason I thought it said, oops, cancel. It said so far I have made 3 cents more than I did last time. Let's go. Oh God, this is why, so part of why, I mean, TikTok treats me very well. TikTok pays my bills. TikTok is my everything. However, I am trying to build up my YouTube. No, it's TikTok doesn't pay you for viewers on lives. It's like people have to like send you gifts or whatever. But the gifts are like half a cent. Oh, thank you, Simon. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's saying it's too long. All right. Send me a DM right now so I can accept it. Otherwise, I'm just never going to see it. On here. I'm going to try to get the VOD. Do I have ads turned on YouTube? Yes. Yes, please, polyester. On here, just send me a DM. But you got to do it while I'm like looking at my cameras or my phone because otherwise I just won't see it. There you are. Okay, accept. There we go. Okay. And that, okay, I'm gonna, yay. Okay, for my memory, Hassan, screen record. Okay, just leave that. Don't respond to that message, polyester. I hope you're still in here. Don't respond. Oh, wait, actually you can, that's fine because I thought it was gonna show up in the little message thing. Like, whatever. So I would, never mind. Don't worry about it. I sent a message and I was like, for my notes, for my memory, Hassan screen record. Because I was like, so I remember. And I thought it was going to show, basically, I thought in my inbox, it would show what I just sent so that it could say like Hassan screen record. So I would like, it would be like on my to-do list sort of thing, whatever. Old man, yeah, same here. Same fucking here. Hold on to it. Hold on. I'm hoping that the VOD will go up. Excuse me. Because no matter what's sending me a fucking video, a long video especially, is going to be a nightmare. Trust me. I know. I work in film and I've had to send videos to clients so many times, and it is never fun. But thank you. Hold on to that, and hopefully I can just get the VOD somehow. But if not, I will absolutely tap ya. La 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 la. Okay, thank you. Jesus Christ, 9.6 mil. What the fuck? That makes no fucking sense. I can't believe that video did as well as it did. It makes no sense to me. It's wild. Literally, genuinely cannot fucking believe it. It's 5 minutes long too, and people do not like long videos. Anyway. Okay, I'm gonna go get myself some food. I'm gonna go get a sandwich at the deli. And then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna film a video. Maybe about Hakeem Jeffries, maybe about something else. Hopefully I'm gonna film many videos. Wish me luck. I'm gonna try to rapid fire a bunch of videos tonight and just post, you know? All right, this was fun. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I missed you guys. This was fun. We should do this more often. Except I'm wasting time. We should do this more often, except here I am procrastinating. Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys. Good night. Talk to you later.